God, it smells like dirty dick in here. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. Oh my God, it's 9:10. Guys, can anybody drop me to class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I'm supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. Did anybody do their chores today? Fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Oh shit, you guys, it's 8. Gotta go, Jake's calling. Oh, Jake's calling. Oh my God, I look horrid. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here. You're fucking stinking this shit out. Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation? Sam, where are you going? Yeah, I gotta pull you out. Hey, I'm trouble already. Sam, do like a wine night? Like, let's just do a wine night.
Yo, is it okay if I have a party? Like just 3 or 4 people at most.
Name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes. No,
Megan Mogan?
Maddie Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan. Okay. Xana, do you live here?
She is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple friends over, but this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about anything that happened earlier or anything like that?
Honestly, not really. I've just been here the past hour.
Okay. Xana, do you live here?
Yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay. She does live here.
Sorry,
So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective ability to other men.
The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered,
It's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute atrocity.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack.
Maddie Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan.
Political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the officers and said, hey, this guy's treated me with respect on the show. I'd like to share some things with him that I found out on my own, and they asked me to not do that. So we're holding our tongue, we're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today and was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here.
True evil was genuinely watching them.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
They both had a beautiful smile. They were both kind.
Our mutual love for country music was really what brought us together. We'd gravitate toward each other because we'd be singing these country songs. We really got along. Realized that he's like one big teddy bear.
Kaylee that day, and how normal everything was, and the fact that we had no idea, she had no idea, I had no idea that true evil was genuinely watching them.
got this off the website.
For this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Lethal injection.
Yes.
All right, so the first thing we're going to look at here is, this is from VineLink. And this is the court proceedings. So it says here, these are all out of order. But we have on May 22nd, if you see here, I don't know why there's two. There's one at 9 and there's one at 10. Which is strange because I thought it was changed to 11. There's 3. There's 3 hearings. Check this out. This is all on the 22nd of May, which is Monday, guys. And if Dr. Malmo is listening, which I don't think she is because I don't think she's by a computer, but it is our moderator, Dr. Malmo's birthday. Happiest of birthdays to Dr. Malmo. So we have 3 hearings on May 22nd. 2 of them say hearings. 1 of them says motion hearing. So there's 3 on Monday. Oh, May, you're so nice. And I want to say hello to One Made Nut. Hello. I saw you were here early on. Hello, Brooke. Hello, Heather, and Mandy Joe. And Casey. Good morning, guys. And I'm sorry if I sound like I'm in a portal. I kind of am. So we have 3 hearings on Monday, guys, starting at 9, and then 1 at 10, and then 1 at 11. So we have also, we have some screenshots here. Actually not. Okay, so on Twitter, Ashley Banfield has broken that the grand jury has already met. That they have already met. Now, if you look here on the 30th at 9 a.m., which was part of the preliminary hearing, it was scheduled for the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, and the 30th. Canceled. So I'm thinking one of these are going to be starting a trial. So like on Monday, they're probably going to say like this grand jury has met and this is what we're going to do going forward. And I was a little late because I was listening to Peta over at Lawyer You Know. He did a surprise live this morning and he talked about this. And the only thing that he didn't answer, and this is my question, if the state requests a grand jury after they've already scheduled this preliminary and they've said like, we have, you know, enough evidence to arrest this guy. I mean, everything that they did in Pennsylvania, like we have enough to arrest this guy and bring him to trial. So are they worried? Because it's interesting that this all happened after Thompson, after Thompson brought in the state attorneys to the case. So the state attorneys were brought in by Bill Thompson. And now we have this grand jury, which has already met. No one knew, which that's usually how it goes. It is quiet, it's secret, and then we don't know. But why didn't they do this from the get-go? So like my question would be, okay, state, you want a grand jury to convene, but you've already set this ball in motion. Why are you now wanting a grand jury to decide? Because they're not releasing what Brian's attorneys want. They're saying, we've given all this stuff. We've given you this. We don't know what exists besides this. But the thing they will not give, and if you remember, Shannon Gray, when he first came out with the Gonsalves family, he was trying to get personnel records for Payne, for the lead investigator on the case, which we all know is Payne. We all know that that's, what's his first name? Brent Payne. So Shannon Gray was trying to get Brent Payne's personnel records. And they said, nope, that's private. You're not going to be able to get those. So now Koberger's attorney wants those and they still won't give them up. So you have to wonder why. Why do they not want to give his lawyer personnel records for those cops? We already know there's a Brady issue, right? There's already a cop that got in trouble for lying, for hiding evidence. So what the hell? Like, how can they get away with this? And I think it's because they have the state attorneys involved. I think the state attorneys have pulled strings for them. True Crime Junkie, thank you for coming back to the lounge, babe. My hair's a mess. But for real, it's like so underhanded, it seems like. And I know Lawyer You Know said, well, maybe the defense wants this. I can't see for one reason why the defense would want this. Because Koberger didn't want a speedy trial. He was willing to wait and go over all this evidence and shit. I don't think he would want this. Would he have to agree? How does that work? What hides out in those, Chick Antique? We need JLR to release his 1229 videos and Bullhorn Betty to release her Gonsalves interview. I thought Olivia did the Gonsalves interview. It is bananas. Lizzie, you crack me up. So my question too is, if they added a grand jury, could it be because there's more charges or more? Is that possible? I don't know. Could they have gotten a grand jury after like maybe getting some more evidence back or arresting Emma Bailey? Could they add more people to the lawsuit? What do you guys think of that possibility?
Creep Town, dude.
Thank you for subscribing, Kathleen. He had to agree to this? But what if he said no? I don't know if he had to agree with it. Welcome to the lounge, Liz Bones. JLR had 69 receipts proving Hunter J was inside 1122 all night, 1113. So Hunter and Emily were really interesting when JLR was out there. I don't think that BK would have to agree. I think that the state would do whatever they want and then let him know. It's used all the time for cases involving possible misconduct. Usually we hear that a grand jury like indicts someone not while they're already in custody. Usually the grand jury will convene and then you'll have an arrest. Like we always thought the grand jury was convening on Don Wells, which never was the case. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. And I think that there's something with Emma Bailey too, you guys, because her hearing was on the 15th and now it's on the 22nd. And now we have 3 hearings in Latah that involve Brian Kohberger. So yeah, Mary, so this is my question. You've already indicted this person. You've already said you have enough evidence to convict this person. And you wanted a preliminary hearing in order to produce your evidence, show the evidence to the judge, and let the judge decide if it goes forward. Now you're saying you want a grand jury. But I'm telling you, we've got the state's attorneys, both of them, involved. And I think that's how this is getting pulled off. Because usually it's either a grand jury or they indict. They arrest and indict. Or arrest and, what do you call that when you go to court? I can't think of it. But, you know, you get arrested and then you have your first hearing. But now they've thrown a grand jury in the mix. How many months later? Like, why didn't they do this back in February? Heather says he still hasn't pled that we know of. Right. I mean, as far as anything that's public, right? Yeah, I don't know, Mary. It's crazy. So arraignment. How could I forget? I'm definitely not the lawyer, you know. Definitely not as pretty as him either. We have no idea when the grand jury met. All we're getting is a leak. So who do you think is leaking to Banfield? It would have to be someone, either the defense, right? I think the defense has been leaking shit. Someone on their side. Lori was already indicted, Suze. Hey, Jenny. Lori was indicted for her ex like 2 years ago. We already knew she was going to be prosecuted with that. Yeah, I mean, everything being secret is bullshit. I agree. So let me show you what I got in my email. Because I heard
Freak
lawyer,
town,
you
dude.
know, really plugging him today.
Creep town, dude.
Hey, Crime Solver, thank you for subscribing. I'm going to show you guys my request to stream that hearing. All right, so I sent this request over to Megan Marshall for her approval. And I put in, at the time it was 10 a.m. for the 22nd. And they sent me an email and said, please cede the denial. So I asked to broadcast via Zoom the following hearing, and they said denied. Signed on May 10th by Megan Marshall with her bubble signature and her heart eyes. So they denied me broadcasting. So are they going to have cameras in there? I doubt it. If if they did this with Lori Vallow and kept everything sealed, no cameras, which was bullshiz. But if they did it there, you can assume it could be done here, and it could look the same way that Vallow's did. Which is why it's so interesting to follow all these cases, because we can put them together. We're not lawyers, but we can put two and two together and start to figure things out, especially with the guidance of real lawyers on YouTube. So my question is, does it seem sus? I mean, it's not going to seem sus to a state attorney because obviously they're on the side of the prosecutors. But is the defense going to say, hey, or can they say, hey, this is a little underhanded here? Yeah, the audio without the video. She wouldn't allow shit. She said no. But we can watch on Zoom individually. We have the right to do that. We have the right to log into that Zoom meeting and watch it on the 22nd. No. I didn't ask about the grand jury. I asked about streaming the 22nd hearing that was scheduled. So I don't know if they're even going to have cameras in there. Because every time Nate Eaton asked to broadcast or do anything, he was denied by Judge Boyce. Judge Mego, she's really young. She looks young. UI grad. So there's that. There's the denial saying, nope. J is for Justice podcast. Which, I have an update on J is for Justice podcast. You guys are probably wondering, what's going on with your other channel? Well, get this. Denied for monetization. And get this. Nexstar struck 2 more videos. 2 more. Nexstar Media struck 2 more of my videos from Gabby Petito days. Yes, they did. So I got 1 more strike from them. Nothing has moved in my case. The last thing was my response. The only good thing is, I guess for me, is that they removed my name personally and they're just suing the podcast. So I'm definitely being targeted here. I mean, they are not letting this shit go. I mean, we're talking, they're striking videos from 2021. 2021! One of them is protesters in front of the laundry house. They struck it. And it was deleted. I went through and deleted my entire Gabby playlist because of these assholes. And they still have the links and they're still striking them. Even though they're not even on YouTube anymore. definitely being targeted. And I want to know why. I want to know why. So this might be my permanent home if I don't get that back, because I think it's bullshit. It is evil. Evil corporate bullshit. Yes, they own News Nation. Yep, absolutely. They own News Nation. They own tons of affiliates. So like affiliates, like Fox affiliates and like Minneapolis, like random cities, you know, they'll own like the Fox station or the CBS station or something like that. And I don't know why they would. Nexstar owns 65% of our mainstream media, if you guys didn't know. 65%. They own Fox affiliates. They own ABC affiliates, all kinds of shit. Scott Briggs, I know. I wish there was a different avenue for me, because AdSense is where you make your money. And when they cut you off your ads, you don't make money anymore. So I don't know. I don't know, Heather. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I'm really just like a sitting duck. So I don't know what their plan is now. But they struck me on the protesters in front of the laundries. It's like, what? They also struck the video of, remember the TikTokers got the plane for Gabby and it said justice for Gabby and it was flying over the laundry's house? Mm-hmm. They struck that. They struck a video that was meant for domestic violence awareness. Nexstar Media is the one that's suing me. I'll show you guys. Here, let's look at it. This is what I do to check it because I'm not a lawyer, but I've had to file some things. I'll show you guys what's been done. It's kind of interesting to see. So at least, like I said, they took my personal name off of it, which I don't know why they did that. They asked to do that. So I don't know. Okay, so here is all of the filings in this case against me. So you look here. Let me see. I'm going to make it big so you guys can see. We'll go over this, and then I've got some more Idaho 4 stuff shiz for you. But let's take a look at this. I want to be as transparent as possible and show you what's going on. So we have... Bear with me because I'm not used to using this mouse on my laptop. You know, and this is just a bunch of crap. They hate me. Like, Nexstar Media hates me, and I have no idea why. Okay, so here we go. So here is the list of everything. The original complaint was filed 3/4 of 2022. And they filed it, and they had to have a lawyer that was registered on the bar in the state of Florida. So they had to add this lawyer. I mean, look at this shit, though. This is like serious. Copyright report sent to Washington. Like, my shit's in Washington? What? And then you see here, motion for Ari Meltzer to appear. They had to get special privileges. I mean, they went through a lot of trouble to do this. Amended motion for Ari Meltzer to appear. Special admission fee paid. Like, then you go down. It's just... They've asked for default judgments against me. They've changed it. They were originally asking for $2 million in damages. Now they're asking for $5,000 in damages. The judge wanted to do an evidentiary hearing so that we could figure out damages. They filed a motion to vacate that hearing. Like, they don't want me to produce financials, I think because they know that I'm broke as a joke. Motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim by me. Notice of voluntary dismissal by Nexstar Media. So they dismissed my name, right? And then they filed another motion on April 14th to dismiss for failure to state a claim by Nexstar Media. And then order, plaintiff's claims against defendant Jennifer are dismissed without prejudice. The clerk is directed to terminate defendant Jennifer as a party to this case. And then I filed this. Response to motion, dismiss for failure to state a claim. So I'm asking for a dismissal, and it's just sat there since April 19th. JB, stand the fuck down. Yeah, I don't know. Their beef. But that's it. That's it. The first state's response. Okay. This is dated, because I haven't really read these, the 12th of May. And this is what they're saying they've given. So they're responding to Koberger's motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th. And, you know, I've noticed too, the state really has taken their time responding to the defense's requests. Don't you feel like they drag their feet and take their time? And it's probably because they knew there was a grand jury. So did they hold back pertinent things from Ann C. Taylor? Knowing that they would not need to turn them over. I just feel like it's just getting shadier and shadier. And what if they make the next hearing where you can't even watch it on Zoom? Then what? Annie Potts, I think Emma's only involvement was supplying drugs to the frat and sorority members at both campuses. Do you guys think, put a 1 in chat if you think that Maddie or Kaylee may have been selling with or under Emma.
Creep town, dude.
Because they sure focused on Kaylee Gonsalvez's bank accounts. They sure focused on Kaylee Gonsalvez's bank accounts. So here, the prosecution says, we have provided the following discovery to the defendant. Approximately 10,000 pages of reports and other written materials, approximately 10,200 photographs, and approximately 9,200 tips, and approximately 51 terabytes of audio, video, media, and digital materials. The defendant cites to ICR 16F in support of its motion. However, that rule only refers to the procedure for responding to discovery requests. ICR 16B10 and K apply to requests for discovery orders. So are they correcting Ann Taylor? So they corrected her, and then they're saying, with the above in mind, the state respectfully submits the following specific responses. The state has disclosed all items it is aware of pertaining to the search and arrest of Brian Koberger in Pennsylvania. The state is unaware of any, quote, body cam and dash cam footage beyond what has been disclosed, and on information and belief understands there is no body cam footage. So there's no footage of him being arrested in Pennsylvania? What? Why would that not be on record? On what the fuck? Recordings of interviews and the defendant's transportation from the scene of arrest have also been provided. So there's no body cam footage of this dude being arrested? Numerous lab reports regarding forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered from the defendant's parents' home, trash can, and other receptacles, and the defendant's vehicle have all been disclosed. These reports include items from the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, as well as the Idaho State Police lab. The defendant's attorneys and investigators have also been given direct access to view and inspect items seized from his parents' residence, including his vehicle. The state will continue to disclose additional reports it receives that are subject to discovery under ICR 16 and applicable case law, to the extent that the defense believes that certain reports may contain exculpatory information. The state asks that the defense specify what exculpatory information they are referring to and the basis for their relief, so as to enable the state to make any appropriate additional inquiries. So they want to know, what the hell are you talking about? Tell us what can clear him. Because we've given you this, and this, and you're saying he could be cleared. What are you looking for? Regarding the defendant's request labeled 2A, in addition to the above response, the state has inquired of the defense for clarification on ISP lab reports. So they're asking all these questions. But we need you to clarify. Drag your feet. Drag your feet. I think they know exactly what they're looking for. They want fucking everything. And this is just bullshit to pick apart what they want. Give the defense everything you have, right? Isn't that the law? This is just stall tactics, I think. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like it. The state has inquired of the defense for clarification on lab reports by number, since there is a question about some duplicate numbering of the initial lab reports. ISP lab reports are separately numbered by forensic biology, DNA prints, and the forensic field services. The state has already been able to advise defense counsel that there is an ISP lab report 25, which has been discovered. And there is another ISP lab report 11, which is pending review and approval at the lab. So I'm wondering what the toxicology report's going to show. Are some of these that they're talking about lab reports toxicology? Because what is the toxicology going to show? Zans. What is a COP? I just got COP'd.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you. Thank you, John. John, and I appreciate all your kind words, John. You're always giving me some praise. Hip, hip, hooray against the hypocrisy. Right. No toxic. Yeah, there was. There was toxicology. I'm pretty sure. Hang on. We're going to go back and we're going to listen to the coroner again. Oops. Idaho. Coroner. Here we go. Let's watch this chickie again. She's weird as hell too.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbutt, M-A-B-B-U-T-T.
And I'm going to ask you, how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
So she didn't even get there, and we can just pick this apart while we go. She didn't even get there until 5 or 5:30. Because of law enforcement doing their investigation.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between, like, between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing your examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
Why does something feel off about this? No, she said that the toxicology would not change the cause of death. But it's not important. Never mind the toxicology. Bullshit.
Look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're ruling all 4 deaths homicides?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us a manner of death? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
stabbings.
Yeah, we'll know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder-suicide or?
No, they're 4 homicides.
4 homicides. Okay. And when it comes to doing the investigation post-autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Okay, one thing I want to ask about this is she said that she got the call a few minutes after 12 that there was 4 homicides. So who determined that it wasn't a murder-suicide, and how did they determine that so quickly? How did they determine that it was a quadruple homicide versus murder-suicide within a few minutes? Remember, they got to the house at 11:58 with the call of an unconscious person. Then she says a few minutes after 12, she got a call that there were 4 homicides. It's almost like you wonder, did they overdose on a bad batch? And could it have been covered up after the fact? I mean, it makes, this is what they've done. They have covered up so much shit that they have made the speculation off the freaking charts. I mean, we have 5.5 hours from the minute that this woman got a call, and she wasn't allowed in, and it was bloody when she got there. Was it bloody when they arrived? Because all they got was a call on an unconscious person. Then Nickerson, the fire chief or whatever, he shows up. He shows up. And they say, oh, he didn't even have to go in because everybody was dead. The EMT didn't even go in. They didn't even go in. So within a few minutes, she got a call a few minutes after 12. They were called there at 11:58 with a chaotic scene of all these kids, fucking multiple people on the 911 call, and they only hear someone is unconscious, and they get there, and within a few minutes, they're calling her saying, this is a quadruple homicide, but you can't come in because we're investigating.
Yes. It's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be, at least in Washington, a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if those were relevant to
Just help a brother out here.
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them, approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have like any, like, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Like, is there any sort of like time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, gotcha. And you said the scene was really difficult. I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before in Moscow?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So.
Would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
Oh, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
She talks about this quadruple murder scene that is so bloody, that is horrific. She acts like this is just another day at work. She acts like this is another day at work. Like, oh yeah, I've found people dead before. I've found people dead before, but not all at the same scene. Have you found them stabbed to death? Have you found them with multiple stab wounds? Because you're acting like you have. But if you have, who? I'm not buying this. I see. Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Crime Solver. Looks like she needs a tox screen. I feel like a lot of these people, and I'm just going to call it like I see it, there's people that work at the university that I think look like they're on pills. They really do. There's people who have aged. If you look at their picture 4 or 5 years ago, they look like they've aged 15 years. And that doesn't just happen because of genetics to multiple people.
Just help a brother out here.
But I feel like EMS, I know they didn't go in because it was a crime scene. But where's the toxicology report? I guess I just don't like her demeanor.
And was anybody else injured, like any non-deceased people?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
Okay. I didn't know if that was like because the injuries could be similar, it might matter to you.
Oh,
But
right.
no. Okay.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
I don't know that I can discuss that.
That was gonna be my next question too. So I think
Will we be able to get a copy of your report once it's concluded? I'm sure it'll be.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just call.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you know what the time frame for that will be?
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is, but
Oh, okay. Okay. So it was like the 4 to 6 weeks. Then.
it could be.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
6 weeks. Then.
It could be.
Got it.
Yeah. Report is, but yes. Yep.
Thank you. Do you know what the time frame for that will be?
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is, but
Oh, okay. Okay. So it was like the 4 to 6 weeks. Then.
it could be.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Sure.
What was with the zoom in on her hands and how relevant the toxicology is? She said before, though, she was like, toxicology isn't going to matter. It's not going to change anything. Now she's saying it depends on how relevant it is. Maiden Nut, why do you think she even talked? Do you think someone told her to do that interview? Like, what's the deal? And who was there? So that's what I'm wondering. Who pronounced them dead? Because she didn't get there till 5:30 and they were pronounced right after 12, according to the report. Something's just not right. I mean, I know a lot of things are hidden, but something just doesn't seem right. A black hole watch? It's her portal watch. It's her portal watch. Hang on, I'm trying to find a video that I have. I want to play pertaining to this coroner. I can find it. I'm not even sure if it's on this computer now. Hang on. Go. Oh no, that's the. I made a video on this lady. No, I don't. I think it's on my other computer up north, or in Florida. Up north. No. Thought I uploaded it, but I didn't. So, housekeeping. Hold on. I thought they were knocking on my door. So, wait a second. Let's go back through these super chats. I got pesoed. Where did I get pesoed? Look, Zans.
Just help a brother out here.
Zans is the stream boss right now. Pesos, Colombian pesos. Thank you, Colombian peso. Thank you so much. But wouldn't they have the coroner come there to pronounce them dead? Mike Sanner, who pronounces? Can a cop pronounce a death? Awesome, Mary. That's what I need. Let me know what you find out. So let's switch gears for a second and let's talk about this student that has come out. This has been brought to my attention that there's a student nicknamed Dave that has come out and given some information or whatnot. And I don't think it's legit. I don't think the dude's legit. All right, we'll wait for Mary to find out. Maybe someone can look up who pronounced at Murdaugh's scene. That's a good idea to compare. Okay, so what do you guys think? We're going to do another poll before we start. 69% of you think that, or 68% of you think that Emma Bailey will be a part of this case. We're going to do another poll. Do you think the student, Dave, is legit? You get a yes or no. You don't get a maybe or I don't know.
Just help a brother out here.
I got copped again, waiting for her. Hi, Heather. Hi, Chica. Hi, peeps. Waiting for HR. Dave is Saeed. Who's Saeed? One maiden nut. I don't think so either. Okay, so I put something together. Let's take a listen. Who's Saeed, though, Stevie? I don't know who that is. I think it sounds like Aiden Harsh. That's what I think. That's what I think. I have something to play for you, though. Hold on. Get a picture up here. Oh, I know where it's at. Hold on. I'm getting confused here. Okay. Now, this is just going to be audio. You're not going to see anything. But this is clips taken from Hidden True Crime. Hidden True Crime interviewed Einen, whatever his name is. And then there's some clips from Dave being on other channels. So let's take a listen. You guys tell me what you think after you hear it.
They don't know how to drink because they don't drink, so they don't know how to handle themselves, and they're just dumb and
yeah.
Like, no, never. I mean, we had like a couple things that would happen from like people from out of town, like a lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle for some weird reason will come out to Moscow Pullman area to come party, and there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think, a few years ago. But it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime we ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here. So,
like the cops are like there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot next to our.
No, never. I mean, we had like a couple things that would happen from like people from out of town, like a lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle for some weird reason will come out to Moscow Pullman area to come party, and there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think, a few years ago.
Just help a brother out here.
but it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime we ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here. So
nobody wants to party. Like the cops are like
Creep town,
like
dude.
there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot next to our neighborhood. Like, and there's like probably like another 5 like in the house like all day. There's always one that's there all night. So it's like I don't think anyone's trying to party with, you know what I mean? Like for whatever reason. So it's kind of funny. I thought they were like, you know, just trying to like speed trap and pull people over for like the first few weeks, but then I realized that they're just nonstop working on this case. So they're always here. But
yeah, but it's kind of weird though because he was also at Wazoo, and like we're like as colleges we're pretty close over. Like it's not normal for like several cars of like kids to go back and forth to go to each other's parties and
like you know, like one of my neighbors returning hello after me, so I heard like, you know, a door shut, and then like, you know, apartment door shut, and like also like a scream, but like, you know, that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night, so like I didn't really like think of it. And so, but like, yeah, just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like, you know, that wasn't just like some drunk dude. Like,
yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't know you were gonna say what you said at the beginning. Sorry, I'm a little choked up. It kind of got me a little bit. I really appreciate you saying what you said, and just all the time and the respect that you've given not only to the kids but the family and the case, and just trying to do the right thing.
Okay, I don't know. I think it's Einen. But when you hear this praising going on, that shit don't happen. If he hasn't followed this, he's not going to praise a creator like that. Oh, I want to give you props for how you've handled yourself. Stupid. This is the kind of stupid shit that pisses me off.
Well, yeah, I really appreciate that. It's been a fucking tough year for a lot of us. A lot of kids that don't want to show it, and they're just going to pretend like it never happened. You know,
yeah, voice changer.
That's why I came on. But yeah, I'll go ahead and let you take it.
Trying to like, I don't know. It's best to just try not to think about it, you know, right now. But it's hard also because like we're surrounded by it everywhere. But
I think he talks just like him, but I don't know who this Saeed guy is. But regardless, Muddy in the Waters on YouTube. Muddy in the Waters. Yeah, crying. The crying was the fakest cry I've ever heard in my life. I don't think that crying was even real. No, I think that was just a fake Paul.
Drink because they don't drink, so they don't know how to.
And no college kid calls other kids kids. When you're older, you call college kids kids. You don't call your peers kids. You don't do that. People just don't do that.
They don't know how to drink because they don't drink, so they don't know how to handle themselves, and they're just dumb. And
yeah.
No, never. I mean, we had like a couple things that would happen from like people from out of town, like a lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle for some weird reason will come out to Moscow Pullman area to
party. I wonder why.
And there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think.
He's talking about people coming in from out of town to buy to sell drugs and shit. A kid got robbed at gunpoint.
A few years ago. But it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime you ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here. So
well, I wonder why.
The cops are like there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot next to.
No, never. I mean, we have like a couple things that would have.
No, he is using a voice changer. They said he was using a voice changer to protect his identity. No one knows who the fuck he is. What? Why does he need to protect his identity? He didn't even say anything that was damning. Why does he need to protect his identity? Doesn't even make sense. Protect his identity from who?
From like people from out of town, like a lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle for some weird reason will come out to the Moscow area to come party. And there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think, a few years ago. But it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime you ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here. So
Yeah, because there's only like 5,000 people from there, right?
Nobody wants to party. Like the cops are like there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot.
He talks about the same shit too.
And there's like probably like another 5 like in the house like all day. There's always one that's there all night. So it's like I don't think anyone's trying to party with, you know what I mean? Like for whatever reason. So it's kind of funny. I thought they were like.
No one's trying to party. Because the cops are everywhere, man. And Dave talks about the same shit. Watch.
You know, just trying to like speed trap and pull people over for like the first few weeks, but then I realized that they're just nonstop working on this case, so they're always here.
yeah, but it's kind of weird though because he was also at Wazoo, and like we're like as colleges we're pretty close over. Like it's not normal for like several cars of like kids to go back and forth to go to each other's parties.
Like you know, like one of my neighbors returning hello after me, so I heard like, you know, a car shut, a door shut, and then like, you know, apartment door shut, and like also like a scream, but like, you know, that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night, so like I didn't really like think of it. And so, but like yeah, just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like, you know, that wasn't just like some drunk dude. Like,
yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't know you were gonna say what you said at the beginning. Sorry, a little choked up. Kind of got me a little bit.
Okay.
I really appreciate you saying what you said, and just all the time and the respect that you've given not only to the kids but the family and the case, and just trying to do the right thing.
Well,
yeah, I really appreciate that. It's been a fucking tough year for a lot of us. A lot of kids that don't want to show it and they're just gonna pretend like it never happened. You know, and a bunch of other reasons, which are why I came on. But yeah, I'll go ahead and let you take it.
Trying to like, I don't know. It's best to just try not to think about it, you know, right now. But it's hard also because like we're surrounded by it everywhere. But
don't think about it. Don't think about it. So yeah, let's see what you guys think about this poll. $35% of you think, 34% of you think he's legit. 64% do not. Einan can't even speak without using like every other word. Dave has used like twice over. Dave said like a lot. And I don't know, maybe it's not Einan, but it's definitely bogus. And if someone has legit information and they're going to go to a creator because they've been so kind and so respectful, you know, respectful, bringing Justin up. I mean, what? It just seems bogus to me. But anyways, I am going to wrap this up. We've been going a little bit over an hour. I'm going to see if anything else comes out on this case, and I'm going to be back today in a little bit, and we're going to do a Michigan case. So we're going to talk about a Michigan case. White Boy Rick. If you guys aren't familiar, White Boy Rick was a paid informant, not paid. He was an informant for the FBI at age 14, busting drug dealers here in Detroit. And we are going to talk about that. And I don't know, did we come to a conclusion in chat on what the deal is with people being pronounced in Idaho? Did we come to a conclusion? He wanted to add a new narrative by adding BK to that field. Is he the one that said he saw him? Einen? I don't believe any of their bullshit. Hey, Mimi. Saeed is Emma's brother, an informant for LE. If you guys want to send me some info on this Saeed, I don't know who that is. Is it Saeed? Because I think he used to live at 1122 King Road, if I remember correctly. On the corner thing that we were talking about. Can the cops pronounce them dead? His buddy saw them. I think a lot of people try to be relevant in times like this. And he could be one of them. He sure liked to show off his juggling skills. I don't even know who Lake is. I don't know who you guys are talking about. Lots going on, though, in the Koberger case. Lots going on. Oh, he's the guy with the big eyebrows that they let go. They're like, oh, go ahead. You got beer? Go ahead. You're good. We're going to stop these 4 guys, though. Right at the same time that this murder is taking place right behind us. There's a quadruple murder going on, a.k.a. maybe an overdose going on here at this house. How do we know they didn't have a bad batch? One of the doctors? Well, Dr. Melmo's not here, so. All right, so Becky Schneider, thank you for subscribing. If I hacked your name, I apologize. Amy D, thank you for your super chat. Per Google, coroner pronounces the cause of death. I think what we mean is like pronounce them dead. Like go in and pronounce them dead and state the time. Even though it's not the time they died, they got to state the time that they came upon these people and found them dead. Which seems to be done right after noon. Okay, Suze, thank you. All right, and the stream boss is Zans. I got Colombian pesoed a couple times during this live, so thank you so much. Man accused of threatening to bomb Pullman apartment appears in court 8 days ago. Did you guys hear about this? Did you guys hear about this? Man accused of threatening to bomb Pullman apartment. The man is
Creektown,
identified as Apollo Lawyer. Apollo Lawyer is the guy's name. The body of water on the property is man-made, but he hasn't lived there that long. The guy in Oklahoma only lived there since like 2018 or something, or 2021 maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he hasn't lived there that long. All right, well, here you go. This guy, here's your Pullman news. We're going to go through some Pullman. And then just for Mandy Joe, we're going to look at the Latah County Jail roster.
The man accused of threatening to bomb a Pullman apartment over the weekend faced a judge for the first time today. And tonight we are getting our first look at what led to that suspect's arrest.
That includes the explosive devices that police found at the scene. Krem 2's Amanda Rowley went to Pullman today to talk with witnesses in the area.
Early yesterday evening, Pullman police blocked off this area of Morton Street after a family member reported their uncle was at the home intoxicated and trying to burn down the apartment. Eventually, Pullman police requested assistance from the Spokane Bomb Squad. According to Whitman County court documents, Pullman police responded to a home near Reaney Park just after 4 p.m. on Sunday. When they arrived, documents say police heard screaming from inside the home. Once inside, police smelled smoke and found the suspect, identified as Apollo Lawyer, standing in the home raising his hands in surrender. Court documents say the teen who reported Lawyer told police he threatened to kill everyone in the home and lit the device with a fuse before putting it on the carpet. This left a burn mark, which the teen stomped out. Lawyer told police he had been drinking and was attacked by the children living at the apartment. Documents say his face was bloody, but he refused medical attention. Police searched the home and found 2 devices containing a granular substance that burned when lit. Police say this indicates the devices had explosive potential. Police also found a 1-pound jar of rifle powder and shotgun shells. That's when Pullman police requested assistance from the Spokane bomb squad.
And there was caution tape set up. There was people watching what was happening.
All this commotion had neighbors on edge, including Aubriana Escott, who lives a few doors down from where the suspect was arrested.
It wasn't too scary, but once, bomb squad shows up and everything, it's very like, okay, once they get out of here, then I'll feel better about it.
Lawyer faces multiple felony charges, including first-degree assault, arson, and threats to kill. Several of these felony charges hold a maximum sentence of life in prison upon conviction. In his preliminary appearance today, prosecutors and the judge acknowledged Lawyer's extensive criminal history dating back to 2008.
But the court is concerned that you may reoffend with alcohol consumption.
The judge ordered Lawyer to wear an alcohol and GPS monitoring device. He also set a $10,000 cash bail or $100,000 surety bond and banned Lawyer from Pullman city limits. If he bails out, Lawyer must remain at his home in Idaho. In Pullman, Amanda Rowley, KREM 2 News.
So are we thinking this is just alcohol? Do we think this is just alcohol? I don't think so. I don't think it is. Alcohol making someone do something like that? And why is he threatening the children in that apartment? What does that mean, children? Children. All right, 5 months ago, we're going to former Pullman police chief. He made my video this morning. Gary Jenkins. They're getting Gary Jenkins, who's now the WSU police chief. He got booted. He was going to get booted from Pullman. And then they gave him a nice little retirement party. How about that? How about that? So Jenkins retired. Now he's the WSU
Creek Town, dude.
Police chief, and they're asking him the process for investigating the University of Idaho murders. And here is your police chief of WSU, Gary Jenkins.
Gary Jenkins, who explained why law enforcement is taking a careful approach to this investigation. Kyle?
Well, he told me it's a balancing act, especially since this murder suspect hasn't been arrested or even identified. Chief Jenkins says releasing too much information could jeopardize the investigation altogether. People across the country want to know what happened inside this home and why. For those living in Moscow, there's still a lot of fear and uncertainty. And how could there not be? 4 young college students were stabbed to death, and their killer still hasn't been caught. Ever since the yellow crime tape went up, the Moscow Police Department has faced scrutiny for not providing as much information about the case as some would like to know.
There's some things that only the people that were at that scene would know. And so you definitely don't want to release that information to the public.
Gary Jenkins is the former chief of Pullman Police and now serves in that role for the WSU Police Department. He says sharing details is a balancing act, keeping people safe and informed without compromising the investigation.
Just trying to make sure that when detectives go out and interview people, it's based on what they know, not what they've heard on the news.
The University of Idaho told students this week they could go home early for Thanksgiving break if they didn't feel safe around campus, and many already have. Jenkins says that could pose a challenge for detectives trying to interview witnesses. It was for him during the hazing death of Sam Martinez, which also occurred right before Thanksgiving break in 2019.
Most of the witnesses left town, and that's the type of investigation you need to have a one-on-one in-person interview. And so it does definitely complicate that investigation.
Jenkins says the answers all of us want could take time.
They're trying to juggle a lot of balls in the air right now, particularly with 4 victims. It's going to be a very complex crime scene. It's going to be a complex investigation.
That was Kyle Simchuk.
Daisy dead. Okay, I agree. That makes sense. Like, you don't want to like lose your witnesses or people from, you know, remembering what they heard versus what the truth is. And I think that this mom that keeps calling into podcast shows is a really good example of that. I mean, we've got this woman repeating things that her daughter told her, allegedly. And, you know, it's like the game of telephone. I think it's very dangerous for this woman, whoever she is, to keep doing interviews and talking about her kids. And, like, if it's legit, why does she keep doing interviews and accidentally saying her kids' names? It's almost like she's doing it on purpose. Because if I was doing interviews and I was worried about my kids' safety, the last thing I would do was ever say their name, not only once, but multiple times. That's just not a mistake you make. Time and time and time again. Hello, Obsessed for Disneyland. And what about Steve G saying that the girl had an alibi? What girl is that? She had a strong alibi. Who's she? Emily? Emma? Who? I mean, these guys don't even have shoe covers on at the scene. I agree, Daisy. But, like, she doesn't really have a reason to come out. Other than for attention, really. And she keeps mistakenly saying her daughter's name. Why? Crime Solver, I've never paid anyone for an interview. Ever. I've never even been asked. No one's ever asked to be paid. But that's not to say that people don't do it. I know one channel that paid for interviews. It just doesn't seem like this scene was bloody. Besides the blood dripping down the foundation, right? Right, SP. Hang on, I'm going to grab a Coke Zero. Saying it multiple times, it's like, oh, and then she like laughs like, oh, I said it again. Why do I keep doing that? Like drawing attention to it. Yeah. I know channels that do pay, but I've never done that. Oh, I'm freezing. Yes, that was in the Chronicle of Olivia interview where he said that. Let me see if I can find it. Steve Calv's interview. Olivia. She's got the whole one on here. I've never seen this one.
Moscow police say they're sorting through 22,000 registered 2011 to 2013 Honda Elantras, like the one pictured here. These are stock photos, but the car would look similar to this. A car like this is believed to have been near the home of the 4 U of I students when they were killed. They're also looking into this surveillance photo of a white car taken at a nearby gas station around the time the murders took place. Tonight, the family of one of the victims is asking anyone with surveillance video to turn it over to police before it's too late. Our Vanessa Perez explains why waiting any longer could lead to critical video evidence being lost.
The clock is ticking, and the Gonzalez family says video surveillance could be erasing as more time goes by with the case unsolved. No matter how insignificant it may seem to you, it could help investigators crack
This
the
is
case.
December 15th.
So bad. A plea from parents desperate for answers to their daughter and the other victims' murders. The Gonzalez family fears video evidence could be disappearing.
It's the community that can help. So we really feel like that's a very technology-savvy generation in that town, all those college students. So that's an asset, and to not take advantage of that asset seems pretty naive.
The Gonzalez family says they want to do anything they can to help the investigation, but believe investigators could be missing the mark.
Imagine if you're a parent and you have pertinent information to this, like that dog, and you're asking me to just shut up. It's not going to happen. I'm going to find a microphone and I'm going to talk to it, and I'm going to tell people this is important. Whether it helps solve the case or not, how can you eat that? How could you suppress that? It's something you know could help your child. And help everyone in that house find justice. But you can't force them to ask you the question.
Christy Gonzalez speaks about what she believes happened in the early morning hours of November 13th.
And went in very methodical. I think he really thought it out. I think he was quick. I think it was quiet, and he got in and he got out.
Refuses to let this be the new normal in Idaho. They say they won't stop until the killer is found.
So ironically, this was the same day as the SWAT of Brent Kopacka. And I know somebody was looking up veteran records. Has anyone looked up Kopacka in those military veteran records? I think it was somebody shared FOIA records. Thank you so much, John.
Just help a brother out here.
Ooh, John knocked the Zans right out. The peso has been knocked out, and John is the stream boss. Congratulations, Johnny. Roberters unite. Roberter loungers. Oh, speaking of Roberter, I'm going to go see Roberter in person when I get back. What date is that, Shell? May 25th? May 25th. The Laundries are in court in Venice, Florida. Daisy dead. I think they have the right guy with a possibility of another 1 or 2 are there. I know, John, you're the stream boss. Okay, let's find this Olivia interview. I wish I could play the whole thing. But then a month later, all is forgiven, says Steve Gonsalves. Why the change? Okay, here's another thing we need to talk about. Here's another thing. Why is Steve so quiet now? Do you think? I don't know. It's almost like that blood streak is like planted. May 24th. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mimi. Steve's not gagged. Steve's never been gagged, and Steve's never been hesitant to talk. So why has Steve been so quiet? And why are they so hell-bent on letting Shannon Gray speak for them and be able to speak? Why aren't they still doing interviews? They're not gagged. Oh, Mary says she thought maybe he was referring to Dylan. That Dylan had a strong alibi. A strong alibi, though, sleeping in her room while a quadruple murder is occurring, and she admits she heard crying and shit. But why isn't he still talking? Someone threaten him? Someone tell him to shut up? Is that why they want Shannon to be able to talk? And the court's not allowing Shannon. They want Shannon to be able to talk. And the court's not allowing it. But they're not talking either. He could still be talking. Even if it was about Kaylee. Oh, it's the 12-4 interview with Brian Enton. Why did we think it was Olivia? Let's see if I can find that. News Nation, I can't play that shit. So that must be it, the one that says all is forgiven. Here, we'll just go like this. We'll go Steve Gonsalves. Strong alibi. I'm sure somebody's clipped it. Ooh, he looks mad here. That's News Nation too. I can't play it. I don't want them striking this shit. Here's one. They better have something. This is 5 months ago.
Grief and the search for answers in the case of 4 University of Idaho students.
You know what we need to do? We need to get all of Steve's interviews and we need to play them all. We need to have a panel and we need to play them all.
In their sleep.
I hope people
In their
understand
sleep?
how all these kids that were a part of this were doing everything right. And they were going to be the type of people that you wanted be your neighbor.
Who you just heard from, that's Stephen Gonsalves, Kaylee's dad, heartbroken, grieving, and feeling responsible for his daughter's death. While investigators continue to search for a killer, he's searching for a way to survive the pain of losing his little girl.
I'm truly responsible for my daughter dying because it's a father's job to keep their children protected. And I obviously didn't live up to that.
A father who ordinarily shies away from the limelight, now vowing to be front and center.
So my question is, though, I understand a father feeling guilty that he wasn't there to like protect his little girl. But doesn't this sound a little more personal to you? Kind of does to me. And maybe I'm reading into it because, like, as a parent, you would always harbor that guilt, whether it's legitimate or not. Like, legitimately, he doesn't need to feel guilty because his daughter was an adult and she was off at school and da-da-da. But, and you're right, he's grieving, you're right. It's hard to make judgment, but it just seems like that protection thing is a little more personal. Like, why did Xana's dad change that lock? Why did Xana's dad change that lock? And oh, we've got to report Disneyland. Thank you. Let's go to msnbc.com.
Creek Town, dude.
I can find it without. I get caught up in the headlines. Sorry. Okay, Google. Brian Kohberger indictment. Can we read the indictment? Indicted by a grand jury. Oh, let me change the title of this video. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. We got to change that. And then we're going to, oh my God, if we can see the indictment, I'm going to die. I love it. All right. Here we go. Brian Kohberger, indicted by grand jury to appear in court on Monday. Preliminary canceled, which we knew because we're smart and we're on it like that. Let's watch this video. See what they have to say at Creme News. Creme News.
If you have a fear.
After this paid commercial for Creme News.
Camel's Rewards at Northern Quest.
Right to breaking news. Just into our newsroom this morning, we learned the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students has been indicted by a grand jury.
Creme 2's Nicole Hernandez has been making calls on this all morning long for the last several hours. Nicole, what information can you share with us?
Tim Channing, so I just got off the phone with the Latah County District Court Clerk's office. They told me a grand jury indicted Brian Kohberger on all counts. That means the grand jury found there was enough evidence in the case for it to go to trial. Now, Kohberger will have his arraignment on Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning. That is where he will likely enter his plea of either guilty or not guilty. This grand jury process replaces the preliminary hearing process that was scheduled for the end of June. The clerk's office could not tell me when the grand jury officially made this decision, but she did say the courts should be releasing official documents at some point later today. And we, of course, will continue following this up all day long and keep you updated online at creme.com. In the newsroom, Nicole.
All right, so we don't have the indictment released yet. Why do all these people look the same there? Okay, a grand jury in Idaho has indicted the man accused of murdering 4 university students, eliminating the need for a prelim. The Latah County District Court Clerk confirms that Brian will appear in court on Monday. I wonder if his family will be there. At 9 a.m., where he will likely enter a plea. What if he doesn't? The Latah County District Court Clerk said the grand jury indicted Kohberger on all charges. So that would be 4 counts of first-degree murder and the felony robbery. And look, it says with the grandee jury. With the grandee jury indictment, the preliminary hearing previously scheduled for June 26 has been canceled. The indictment means the grand jury believes there's enough evidence for the case to proceed to trial. So the prosecution was successful in bypassing the entire prelim. The entire prelim. Now Bethany Funk doesn't have to worry about it. Bethany Funk is off the funkin' hook. She's off the funkin' hook. So any plan that she may have had to go to Idaho for the prelim, she was instructed to be at, ordered to be at rather, she's off the funkin' hook. Off the funkin' hook. Get one, Mary. Go out there. All right. We expect to get more information from the courts later today. And this is a girl, Creme News, Nicole Hernandez got off the phone with the clerk's office. So she called and got the information verbatim. So they managed to get Bethany Funk off the fucking hook. Who else is going to be off the fucking hook? What other witnesses? What other witnesses did we expect to see? We never saw a witness list, but who did we expect to see there? Savannah says so he will most likely take a plea deal to save himself from the death penalty. But Kohberger said. Kohberger said, I can't wait to be exonerated. Meghan Marshall has already declined. I got a big fat denial from Judge Meghan Marshall on streaming the hearing on Monday. That's a big funkin' no. Yep, D and B are going to be the star witnesses, right? They don't want D and B on the stand. Funk's dad was former LE. I never heard that one. All right, Mary says she's happy to go, but she needs a sponsor. I feel your pain. If you'd like to sponsor Mary P. going out there on Monday to open court. They didn't say anything about a new judge, but we're waiting for documents to be released. So since the grand jury's indictment, we should be able to read the indictment. I agree, Maiden Nut, but you got to remember too that none of this is about us. I mean, you're stating the obvious. Yes, I get it. It is a letdown because we wanted to see them have to present their case. We wanted to see them have to present, you know, all their evidence against him. And now they got around that. So maybe we'll be able to see what they presented to the grand jury. So that might be in the indictment when we can read the indictment. It doesn't seem that there is any channels it will be streamed on. We don't know about that stuff yet. There's been no order put through on that yet. Meghan Marshall will put an order through. Yes, at least you have noticed that Monday, put all things aside. So what I'm going to do is if it is able to be watched on Zoom publicly, not streamed, I will watch and report as I'm watching. Is he on his way there? That doesn't surprise me. Well, Judge is the first one that Shuri, you're trying to be a member, can't find the link. Exclamation point member will give you that link. Thank you, Shuri. I mean, I'm not trying to be a bitch when I say it's not about us, but I mean, it's really not about us. Now, what I'd like to know is what the Gonsalves think about this. What do they think about it? Here, I'll help you out there, Shuri. I'll help you out there, babe. Member. Here we go. So are they going to be happy about this? Are they wanting this to move forward? And are they happy that he's been indicted and they won't have to sit through a prelim and they won't have to look at him and everything else? I wish we could have Judge Warner for every case. He was really good. Yeah, so I'll be watching. You guys won't be able to hear it. I'll be able to hear it, and then I'll be telling you what's going on. So let me check their Facebook and see if they've posted. They haven't posted anything really case related on their Facebook in a long time. No, the last thing was Kaylee's degree and a chocolate bundt cake that they got. Hey, Cherie, welcome to the lounge. You made it. You made it. And then they also got this necklace. And this stuff. They're getting tons of gifts. Candles. And then the grandbaby, which I wouldn't be posting pics of my grandbaby if this happened to my kid. I'd be scared. It says on April 7th, happy Friday, everyone. Much love to you all. We just recently got Kaylee's car back, and I found this in her inside door pocket, taken on 11/6. I don't know who these girls are. 11/6. Anybody know who they are? It doesn't look like any of our roommates to me. I don't know. But they just got her car back in April. I can't take screenshots, no. Oh, those are her sisters. Looking like Steve, look. That picture right here, this baby looks like Steve. And then here's her mom and Murphy. And Jack came by to see Maddie K and to get the stuff for Murphy. So here's decor. You guys seen these? There's decor and Murphy. There's decor. Giving Murphy a treat. Got a new coat. And then decor met the baby. Doesn't it look like baby Steve? Oh, look at Murphy. Look at his hair. I love Murphy. Look at him. Sweet Murphy. Look. Poor Murphy. So yeah, they haven't posted anything case related at all, even though it says this page is a private investigator. Message from Mr. Gonsalves. I've never watched this. June 28th.
all the communications that was coming sometimes to Olivia, sometimes to Shannon, sometimes to my wife, me. So we just put together a family page. The name's behind some Idaho murders, Gonzalez family page. But it's real, it's legit, and that's to help us organize. So if you want to send information there, we're trying to keep it all in one place. Thank you.
So they make it known that they want information, right? Something is just up, man. Something's just, when it feels off, there's a reason, right? Now we've got this grand jury indictment. If you're just joining, Bryan Kohberger has been officially indicted by a grand jury. Let's see if there's any more updates. It says here, at least some of them were sleeping at the start of the ambush, according to Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt. Look at him there, looking at her. That's intense, how he's looking at her. We want the funk. Give up the funk. Parliament. Parliament. We need the funk. Gotta have that funk. Arraignment is Monday. I don't think he'll take a plea. Nope. Nope. He's gonna fight this. He is gonna fight to the bitter end. No, we had no idea, Amy. We had no idea. It's all secret. Grand juries are always convening in secrecy. I think they have their guy. I really do. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys. Holy shiz. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on. Hello, Flo. Okay, we are going to play my video from this morning, and then I have some stuff to show you about Pennsylvania. Okay? I'm going to show you guys some stuff, and then you guys can help me deep dive because you're so good at it. We need to deep dive this situation, okay? So we're going to replay the video. For those of you who missed it this morning, let me know what you see in this compilation that I've put together. So let's replay this. And then we're going to talk Poconos. We are going to talk Poconos.
God, it smells like dirty dick in here. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. Oh my God, it's 9:10. Guys, can anybody drop me class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I'm supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. Did anybody do their chores today? Fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Oh shit, you guys, it's 8. Gotta go, Jake's calling. Oh, Jake's calling. Oh my God, I look horrid. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here. You're fucking stinking this shit out. Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation? Santa, where are you going? Yeah, I gotta go pull you out. Failed 12 already. Santa, do like a wine night? Like, let's just do a wine night.
Yo, is it okay if I have a party? Like, just 3 or 4 people, at most.
Name?
Santa.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes. No,
Megan Mogan?
Maddie Mogan, yes.
Madison Mogan, yeah. Madison Mogan, okay. Xana, do you live here?
She is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple friends over, but this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about Anything that happened earlier or anything like that?
Honestly, not really. I've just been here the past hour.
Okay. Xana, do you live here?
Yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay. She does live
Sorry,
here.
So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective ability to other men.
The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered,
It's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute atrocity.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack.
Madison Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan.
Political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the officers and said, hey, this guy's treated me with respect on the show. I'd like to share some things with him that I found out on my own, and they asked me to not do that. So we're holding our tongue, we're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today and was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here.
True evil was genuinely watching them.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
They both had a beautiful smile. They were both kind.
Our mutual love for country music is really what brought us together. We'd gravitate toward each other because we'd be singing these country songs. We really got along. Realized that he's like one big teddy bear.
Kaylee that day, and how normal everything was, and the fact that we had no idea, she had no idea, I had no idea that true evil was genuinely watching them.
penalty is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Lethal in jail.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for watching that again. If it was your first time watching that, I hope you enjoyed it. And wow, Paper Chaser coming in hot says, this is my favorite true crime channel by far. Thank you so much, Paper Chaser. That means so much, especially coming from you. And Flo coming in hot with 5 freaking memberships. Holy, we got to see who our new loungers are, guys. We've got Daisy Dead, Lisa B, Vicky Watkins, For the Record, Your Honor, and Holly. Welcome. 5 of my favorites. Thank you so much, guys. Cherie made it to the lounge. Welcome, Cherie. Thanks, guys. All right, so I've got some shiz, man. I can't believe I forgot about this. How could I forget? Everybody scooch over and make room for the new loungers. Let them sit down. Okay, and oh, and get them a tinfoil hat. Quick. Quick. Hello, Mr. J. Quinn. How are you? Team Summer. We're coming up on Summerwell's anniversary as well. Welcome to the lounge, guys. How long did it take me to put that together? I would say like 6-7 hours probably. If I had to stop a few times. I edit and my eyes literally start rolling back in my head and I'm like, holy fuck. Paper Chaser, are you do you edit music? I know you post music. Are you a musician? I got 5 on it, says John. He's got 5 on it. Thank you, John. All right, let's get to Poconos. We're going to the Poconos. Poconos. Poconos.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you for helping a brother out there, Johnny. All right. Okay, so you might have to put your memory caps on. And John is the stream boss. Can you believe it? He's back in control. All right, so I'm going to cover myself up because I'm going to make this big. So first, let's talk about, and you may or may not have seen this, so I've got to find it. And I appreciate y'all's patience. And someone keep an eye out for that indictment, that damn indictment. And what did Steve G mean by, in my video, what did he mean by? It's not just my daughter and these children that were affected. We can't let these people go free. That says a lot to me. Says a lot. Brian Kohberger. Ooh, I don't know if I've seen this one.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Robert Ivanchik, Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police. While I monitored the investigation into the horrific murders of the University of Idaho students.
Do you guys remember that? I just don't think they've changed it on Vine. That's all. They'll change it. They'll change it. Okay, so let's go here, and then we're going to look at the Saucon Rail Trail. And I don't know if that rings a bell, but bear with me and I will explain. So let's get this map. So you can take the Saucon Rail Trail to DeSales University. And that is where they have a call from Brian Koberger. Hang on.
We're in eastern
I think I found
Pennsylvania.
it.
Brian Koberger spent his teenage years and most of his adult life here. That includes stints at 2 local colleges, including DeSales. Now, police and prosecutors in this area want to know what he was up to all those years and are digging into their cold case files. Just outside the open wilderness and resort to the after Koberger's arrest for the
Hang on. Oh, here it is, right here, this part.
size, weight, height. Brian Koberger took his first courses in higher education, graduating here in 2018. After Koberger's arrest for the Idaho murders, Northampton County's district attorney ordered a review of unsolved cases in his county.
We have a crime information center that compiles information of people's description, size, weight, height, method of operation, things of that nature.
Obviously, you wonder whether or not there was any criminality that he committed here in Lehigh County or in the environs.
Jim Martin, district attorney of the neighboring county, Lehigh, also ordered a review of unsolved cases. Lehigh County is home to DeSales University, which Koberger attended after Northampton Community College. He spent 4 years here studying criminal justice.
Brian Koberger,
earning a master's degree last summer. What does law enforcement do, given that he did spend time here?
Well, we have a resource here called the Regional Intelligence and Investigation Center. It's the first thing I did was I asked the director of the RIC, as we call it, to see if we had any contact with Mr. Koberger.
A data search of more than 6 million police incident reports in Pennsylvania turned up only one record with Koberger.
Okay, this is the one. I wanted to make sure. This is 3 months ago. And this is on King 5 News. You guys are going to shit. King 5. Koberger EA. And this is... And thank you, Maiden Nut, for offering to help. February 8th. Okay, here we go.
Size, weight, height, method of operation, things of that nature.
Obviously, you wonder whether or not there was any criminality that he committed here in Lehigh County or in the environs.
Jim Martin, district attorney of the neighboring county, Lehigh, also ordered a review of unsolved cases. Lehigh County is home to DeSales University, which Koberger attended after Northampton Community College. He spent 4 years here studying criminal justice.
Brian Koberger,
earning a master's degree last summer. What does law enforcement do, given that he did spend time here?
Well, we have a resource here called the Regional Intelligence and Investigation Center. It's the first thing I did was I asked the director of the RIC, as we call it, to see if we had any contact with Mr. Koberger.
A data search of more than 6 million police incident reports in Pennsylvania turned up only one record with Koberger's name. He called police from this bike trail one night to report that his car was locked behind a park gate.
There was a response from him thanking the police and apologizing for the inconvenience.
The district attorney in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, where Koberger grew up and where a SWAT team arrested him on December 30th, did not respond to our questions. But in Northampton and Lehigh counties, both district attorneys say their investigations have found no links to Koberger and any unsolved cases.
Okay, let's stop there for a minute and unpack this, okay? Monroe County didn't respond. That's where he lived. No response, no report. But Northampton County and Lehigh County have, and there was one incident. We're going to talk about that. Let's finish this video.
So we have no unsolved homicides that in any way meet the modus operandi of this event out in Idaho.
There was nothing been brought to my attention. In fact, nothing with respect to Kohberger has come about in our investigations of cold cases or unsolved cases to this point.
And that should be some relief to a community that's been stunned and saddened by the murders of 4 college students 2,500 miles away.
Okay, now take a look at this map again. The Saucon Rail Trail. So this used to be a railroad track. And when it was out of service, you know, they revamped them and they paved them and make them bike trails. So, hey, Trixie. And I want to thank the Blue Victorian Beauty, who is normally a lurker. Thank you, number 1, for chatting. And number 2, thank you for your compliment. Okay. Eddie, we never left. We went on pause. I thought that I hit the wrong button. So I was like, I'm here. I forgot about this stuff. Okay, so DeSales University to the Saucon Rail Trail. And that is where this tells us that Kohberger's car was locked behind a gate. And of course, he was polite and thankful. He was probably doing something wrong. He was probably doing something wrong. So I Googled Saucon Rail Trail suspicious. Now, if we go back to 2019, we have several things that happened on this rail trail. So let's talk about 2019. And this may or may not be related, but it's interesting nonetheless that he parked his car on a fucking bike trail. And then it got locked behind there because he was there late. Now, do you remember? Oh, fuck, we can't read this one now. But do you remember the guy from Pennsylvania was interviewed? Do you guys remember that guy? And he said, oh, we used to run in the middle of the night. What? He did, yes. BTK did plead guilty, and he gave full confession right there in court. And it stunned everyone. And you might be onto something, Mary, because I think something with this Kathleen, his freaking teacher, Ramslin. Check it out. Okay, so look at this. Suspicious activity. On Monday, the Lower Saucon Township Police Department shared a neighboring police department's warning about allegedly suspicious activity. In a news release, Lower Saucon Police shared the statement the Upper Saucon Township Police released on Facebook about a man, a female jogger in her mid-20s, reportedly encountered while jogging on the trail between Spring Valley Road and the municipal line at about 1:50 p.m. Friday, July 28th. The woman was nearly struck by an older male operating a bicycle. The male proceeded to try to strike up a conversation and convince the female to go for a drink. The male was described as white, 55 to 60 years of age, approximately 5'10" and 180 pounds. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, casual shorts, a tan hat, and sunglasses. He was also described as having a decent-sized gap in his teeth and maybe missing one or more teeth. Please be vigilant of your surroundings, And then someone on Facebook said, does this really meet the burden of proof for being a predator? Yeah. So tan hat kind of sounds slovenly, nasty teeth, right? Oh, shit. Weird. Weird. Now, let me introduce you to someone who matches that description. Jammers Dad Burger. It's a Coburger Dad Burger all day long. Oh, guys, it just makes me want to throw up, the whole thing. Because I know we all felt a little weird about the Dad Burger. Right? Go. Come on now. Right, was he wearing dad shoes and carpenter pants? Was he wearing a Life is Good sweatshirt? I'm dead. Oh, this is coming up as some weird... It's not coming up as a photo. Ooh, I'm gonna delete those. I think the dad...
Creeptown, dude.
Creeptown, dude. That is perfect timing. I cannot with the Dad Burger, for real. We've got more articles too of the weird guy. My God. Okay, here it is. Tan hat. Now he's not wearing sunglasses, but the description, check it out. This motherfucker. I don't like him. I get bad vibes. I'm sorry if anybody thinks I'm a bitch or is offended by this, but I don't get a good vibe from this guy. And I like my intuition. I trust my intuition, and my intuition tells me that something ain't right with this guy. Now, if I saw him, I might say he's got gappy teeth. Tan hat. Looks like he's had that tan hat for a minute. I know something ain't right. Okay. Now, let's go back to our articles of suspicious activity on the Saucon Trail. Suspicious device detonated by robot. Weird. 2019, 4 years ago, a device found leaning against the tree was deemed suspicious, and they closed the trail. And it was later examined and detonated by Bethlehem Fire Department Bomb Squad robot, but it did not contain any explosives. Police didn't say what it turned out to be. They were assisted by Northampton County EMA, Lower Saucon EMA, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, Steel City Volunteer Fire Department, and the Upper Saucon Township Fire, Police, and Dewey EMS. A little more than 3 hours after they were dispatched to the scene, it was cleared, and there is, quote, no threat to the public. What the fuck? We need to find out what the fuck that was, right? This is why I'm showing you guys, because you guys are diggers. Suspicious activity on the trail. This is August 20. Oh, this is newer. 2021. Oh. Can you guys see this? What? Suspicious activity on SV Rail Trail. A female reported to Hellertown police that she was running at approximately 9:30 a.m. this morning. This is August 20 of 2021. Between Water Street and Walnut Street when she was confronted by an elderly male. The male came out of the wooded area, grabbed her shirt as she ran by and got close to her face but did not say anything. She was able to pull away and left the rail trail. The only description is an older white male, gray hair, approximately 5'7", wearing a red polo shirt and tan cap. And then this girl says, Kevin, didn't we see a creepy old guy coming out of the woods on the trail a few weeks ago? Carlo says there's a lot of creepy old guys on that trail. Vicky says, oh no, I always felt safe walking there. Did he happen to have a messed up nose? What? What the fuck? What? Evie, I have wondered. Is the grand jury for him or is it for his dad? Oh, I can't. Then this Debbie goes, I was on the trail. Look, no profile picture. I was on the trail around that time and there was not anyone on the trail, not even a bike. I even commented to the lady I walk with every day around that time how great it was. There wasn't even a biker. I was running on the trail. Wait. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Here we go. Trying to get all crafty. I think I saw someone at Dimmock Park last night from 6 to 8 who matches this description. Amber Updike. And she has a fucking labradoodle. I did it again. I was running on the trail left at 9:20. I even went without dogs, which I never do, and thought maybe it was a bad idea. The only suspicious thing I saw was a man smoking marijuana on one of the benches on the section between the creek and the water station. Are there trail cams? So very interesting stuff that Brian... Oh, look at this one. I forgot about this one. Woman had heroin at Trailhead, police say. Lower Saucon Township police say a Quakertown woman has been charged with possession of heroin after she was allegedly found with the drug at the Reading Drive Trailhead on the Saucon Rail Trail. Susan Laub of the 2500 block of Mill Road was also in possession of drug paraphernalia. According to authorities, officers were called to the trailhead about 6 p.m. for the report of a suspicious vehicle. (8/24/2021). Be alert. Police seek info on suspicious elderly man who grabbed woman's shirt in Hellertown. Oh, this is the same girl. I don't think I saw anything else. Let's see. A device authorities described as suspicious was later ruled harmless. They did not ever release. It doesn't look like what it was. But Kohberger was on this trail, parked his car behind there. So let's look. Let's do this. Let's go to Google. Let's go like this. Let's look at it on a map so we can get a better idea of what we're dealing with here. This is 7 miles long. So definitely that buddy of his, it sounds like this might have been what they ran when they ran together at night. Look how close it is to the university. Oh, wow. I wonder if the university police have any reports that maybe the regular police don't. That would be something interesting to look into, right? Hello, Rebecca. Yeah, Judge is the first one that signed the indictment. So Judge is back in the picture, I guess. Maybe Maiden Nut, the Grand Bandit. Oh, Heather, I think the parents are very weird. Very weird. And just as a reminder, if you guys are just joining, we are aware of the indictment. We are waiting for the actual indictment to be released so that we can read through it. We're just live, just talking and going through things. So, yeah, you would think the regular police would be notified, but hey, you never know. Never know. So here is the trail. Let's go see if we can take our little guy down there. My nose is running because I'm freezing. You cannot put him on the trail. However, let's see where you get on it here. Crazy. I think Kohberger was doing some weird shit over here too. All right, let's go here and see if we can see the actual trail. Okay, so this is very similar, and it's really eerie because my friend's little girl, who was 14, was actually murdered on a bike trail that was just like this in Michigan. You may have heard about it, the case of April Millsap. But this is what this trail looks like. And I'll be damned if I'm going to jog by myself when there's weird elderly men popping out of these trees. Now, what I would want to know is 2 things. Where's Kohberger live in conjunction to this? And is there like an old folks home on any of these roads that maybe someone could have escaped and been, confused? But it doesn't look to be the case. All college, and then we have the athletic stuff. We have a library, a park. I mean, there's really nowhere that, some demented old man is just going to wander from. However, there is like a house or something right here, and I don't know what that is. A couple houses. I guess it's altogether possible they could have come from here. Unlikely, given that they have like this retainer wall and shiz. But you look at their driveway. Right here. So we would have to look at the actual road. Look at these homes. These are really nice houses. Ballybunion Road. Koberger is a fucking bunion. Some pretty big houses here. Pretty nice there, huh? So does anybody have Koberger's address offhand? I want to see how far he lives from this trail. What is Koberger's address? 114 Lambsden. Oh my God, Lambsden? Is that his road? Lambda, and Mega Moose? Lambsden? 114. Lambsden. Effort. Stupid. Whoa. It's that far? It's over an hour. Was he living away at school? He had to have been living at DeSales, right? Creep Town. Wait, what? Amy D. So you're running with BK and his father committed the crimes. The paperwork says they have an informant's DNA. What paperwork? Yes, we're still in Pennsylvania. Silence of the Lambsden. I know, Lambsden? Ugh. So did he live at DeSales? Okay, I'm going to blow your minds right now. Sherry Mahan. Look at the book that Catherine Ramsland wrote. Guys, you can't make this shit up. Why is she writing a book about this? Why? Did he get an idea from this book? And I can't read it because you can only read the first few pages, but I'm going to read it to you guys. As idyllic as eastern Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley may be, there's an unexpected dark side. Serial killers, mass murderers, violent gangs, and outright hitmen have all operated here, along with the high-profile family killers. Even before these incidents, there were several Indian massacres and some homicides that made forensic history. In these pages, Catherine, in collaboration with the Northampton County coroner, Zachary Lysek, looks at historical and contemporary murders as well as some not solved. Can I get a what? She's written a dozen books, and one of them is about murders in Lehigh County. August 24th, 2017. So we need to get this book, right? She's written The Ripper Letter, Ghost, Bethlehem Ghosts. This is also that area. Historical hauntings in and around Pennsylvania's Christmas City. The Measure of Madness. How to Catch a Killer. Hunting and capturing the world's most notorious serial killers. Cemetery Stories. Confession of a Serial Killer. Untold Story of Dennis Rader. blood and ghosts, haunted crime scenes, and then we've got murder in the Lehigh Valley. And look at the fucking cover. What is wrong with this woman? She reminds me of the creepy Letitia Stout expert witness. And tell me that the defense is please not using her as an expert witness. Would you die? John, it has 2 stars. I didn't even notice. But look at the cover. Fuck off. That's scary. It's not just scary, it's dark and creepy. It's dark and so creepy. Catherine scares me. These women that do this for like a living.
Dude.
Exactly, Creeptown dude. These women that do this shit and actually are smart enough to take it and make like a living, a career, and be like world renowned are the ones that are smarter than the pen pal girls. The draw me turtle. What? This is for you, femme. This is the draw me turtle. Side profile. I've already looked at the Long Island Killers, and I feel like that cast guy looks like Michael Koberger when he was younger. I can't, Mary. All right, hold on. We're getting deep today. So yeah, this is freaking Catherine Ramsland. Rebecca Swift. What does it have to do with the case if BK bought drugs from her? It could have a lot to do with the case. Was he on those drugs when he killed these girls? And Ethan? Was he on these drugs that Emma Bailey sold him when he committed a quadruple murder? It matters. All of it matters. All of it. In my opinion. Hey, Megan. Okay, let's zoom out. But how creepy. Yeah, bedtime stories with me. Read preview. See what we can read. Oh, Lord. All right, we can read some of it. I'll read it to you guys. I'll read what we can. Ooh, we can read quite a bit. Second Chance Publications. Oh, fuck. Cheers to everyone. It is high noon in some places. It's 1 o'clock here. I am in the Mitten reporting to you live from the Mitten, aka Michigan. And we're going to read the beginnings of Catherine Ramsland's book, Murder in the Lehigh Valley. And I agree with Mary that I'm sure he read all her books. He was enamored with her. She was his professor, online only. But nonetheless, she's a big BTK obsessor too. So let's do this. And this. And we're getting like a little freebie. Compliments of Catherine Ramsland, whatever her name is. So if you need to vacuum, just to let everybody know, John is still the stream boss. John is holding that title today. Get this nice and centered. If you want to knock John out of the park, all you got to do is subscribe, become a member, or send a super chat. And I thank you guys in advance for your support. Okay. Murder in the Lehigh Valley by Catherine Ramsland in collaboration with the coroner, Zachary Lysak. Copyright 2017. Smash Words edition. This ebook is licensed for your personal enjoyment only. This ebook may not be resold or given away to other people. If you would like to share this book with another person, please purchase an additional copy for each recipient. If you're reading the book and did not purchase it, or it was not purchased for your use only, then please return to the website where the ebook was originally purchased and purchase your own copy. And the original cover art is by Thomas Staub. Haunted at Rogers.com. Rogers? We haven't even gotten past the table of contents. So we have Death in the Valley, Domestic Disturbance, The Serial Killers, Multiple Hits, Random Hits, and Cold Cases, Bibliography, Acknowledgements, and about the author. Part 1, Death and the Valley. As idyllic as eastern Pennsylvania Lehigh Valley may be, there's an unexpected dark side. Serial killers, mass murderers, violent gangs, and outright hitmen have all operated here, along with high-profile family killers. Even before these incidents, we had several Indian massacres and some homicides that made forensic history. In these pages, we'll look at the historical and contemporary murders, as well as some not yet solved. So we're not going to read about the history of the Pennamites. But we'll read about the counties. The Lehigh Valley, covering Lehigh and Northampton County, was cultivated by several Native American tribes, notably the Lenni Lenape, who hunted and quarried jasper. Europeans came around 1700, so potatoes people came over here about 1700, and William Penn's sons acquired a wide swath of land. Speaking of land, Barry Morphew is being sued over 1 acre of property that he won't give back. But the new residents soon forced the tribes to migrate west. Of course, us white men were assholes to the Indians. A band of Moravians arrived in 1740 from Georgia, acquiring the land in what we know now as Nazareth, and then settling central Bethlehem on the Lehigh River. So we have Bethlehem and Nazareth. Interesting. By the end of that century, the region became a flourishing commercial settlement linked to outside businesses by a canal and railroad, which that railroad has now been converted to the trail, where the dude in the tan hat with the gappy teeth likes to grab women. Directly after the Civil War, Asa Packer founded Lehigh University, and in 1904, Bethlehem steel became a dominating concern. By World War II, the area had encouraged silk manufacturing. The valley, framed by the Saucon Mountains, is a thriving place, but no human settlement is without tensions and attractions that can erupt in murder. When Dana DeVito and I wrote a book called Bethlehem Ghosts, I became aware that this area had sustained quite a few unique homicidal incidents. Thus, I asked Zachary Lysak, the Northampton County coroner, to team up with me to explore this violent terrain. While the valley also encompasses Lehigh County, with Coroner Scott Grimm, nice name, and his deputies, I've come to know Zach well enough to talk to him at length about these cases. Pennsylvania uses a coroner system, and Zach Lysak has been coroner in Northampton since 1992. Unlike most other counties in Pennsylvania, he's not elected to this position, but appointed. He's been a police officer, a diener, assistant to a pathologist, a medical investigator, a security manager, and a deputy coroner. As a death investigator, he has experience with homicide from several angles. To better understand what he does, let's look at how the American system of coroners evolved. The crowners, prior to the Magna Carta, England's chart of privileges, listed an office for the original death investigators in AD 925. Over 2 centuries later, in 1194, the judicial circuit in medieval England officially recorded the Articles of Eyre that, quote, crowners were the custodes placitorium, casornse, whatever, or the keepers of the king's pleas. And look at this house. Look at the fucking house. I can't. Not that it's identical, but it's close. What the fuck? Why? I'm wondering why. Please tell me why. Why does the house look similar, you know? I have goosebumps, dude. Goosebumps. Lit. And she doesn't even say what that is. Like, what is that? It's just there. Those who held office, soon to be called coroners, collected taxes. Of course, money. Money, 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 always. But also summoned inquest juries for suspicious fatal incidents. An inquest involved the gathering of 7 to 11 good men who listened to evidence and circumstances and then voted on a verdict, although the coroner's opinion could influence the final decision. Well, let's thank our lucky stars that Mabbitt's not going to be doing that, right? Amen. Eventually, the office, which remained political, evolved into that of a death investigator. By the 13th century, coroners examined all dead bodies to determine the nature of wounds or diseases, as well as the manner of death, in the interest of the community health or justice. They also summoned physicians to perform autopsies. This system came to the U.S. formerly from potato, and while a number of states have evolved into a medical examiner system wherein the death investigator has at least a medical degree and often a specialty in pathology, most Pennsylvania counties have retained their coroners. So they don't have crosswalks, and they have retained coroners. A forensic pathologist does the autopsy, but the coroner or deputy coroner goes to a death scene to make decisions about the time, cause, and manner of death. He or she could impanel a coroner's jury, although it's rare, and order exhumations. The coroner relies on investigative skills, similar to a detective. She seemed really detective-like, including observation, awareness of the stages of death in diverse circumstances, and knowledge about whatever research must be done for an accurate analysis. Before Zach was appointed in Northampton, he served under Coroner Joe Reichel, who held the position since 1962. Zach and I paid a call on Joe one afternoon at one of his funeral parlors to talk about the cases he remembered. A feisty man who dislikes monotony, he clearly enjoyed reminiscing. His first day on the job, he had to deal with a bad call by an officer who had declared the woman a victim of a suicide. The problem was, she was shot square in the back of the head. Joe saw his share of gang murders, mostly drugs, and motorcycle gangs. And one that he recalled from the 80s was like something out of Arthur Conan Doyle's Hound of the Baskervilles. They had to look for a body in the woods of Williams Township, an area engulfed in superstition. It was a cold November day, and mist was rising from the ground. Difficult visibility only compounded the problem of figuring out just where this body had been buried. But then Joe saw something unusual in the midst of all this wild growth. It was a tree that had a different appearance. It was from a nursery, so he said, "This is where the body is." And he was right. So someone planted a tree from a nursery and left the fucking tag on it in the middle of the freaking forest. That's about as dumb as Timothy McVeigh not having a license plate on his getaway car. It is interesting. Yes, Mary, it's exactly what we were talking about. It's crazy. Joe recounted a number of cases with which he had experience, from a vengeance-seeking killer who set a fire that ended the lives of 5 children, to a woman who killed her husband by having her own daughter load and fire the .357 Magnum, an attorney who staged a scene with an axe, wanted to keep the axe, and a shooter using a homemade gun watched the weapon disintegrate after its first use, which was fatal. A victim of a bow and arrow assault had a target on his chest, while a body left near Martin's Creek bore marks from car tires. Several of Joe's cases were unsolved and will show up in part of this book. But the first tales we'll recount date back much further than Joe's tenure. So then she talks about witch attack and Bethlehem ghosts. Dana and I wrote about reported sightings of a spirit that arose from a historic murder in Easton. While the incident has not been affirmed as factual, it is an unusual tale of a collective fatal assault, so it belongs in this book as well. We'll just dispense it with the supernatural part. The story dates back to 1851 and is titled The Fate of a Flirt of the Olden Times. A socially prominent American writer, Elizabeth Elliot, published it in Godey's Lady Book, and it was reprinted in a historical account of the valley. Many Easton residents, at least those who embrace history, are familiar with it. All right, we'll read this just to see what it's about. The event apparently occurred when Easton was just a rural wooded settlement. Residents tended to keep to themselves and were not keen about the change of any kind, so the arrival of strangers got their attention. An Englishman, Mr. Winton, purchased a house on North 4th Street in the building that now houses the Express Times. First the furniture came, and then a man, woman, and 7-year-old boy. Winton turned out to be a jovial, outspoken fellow and a member of the Colonial Assembly. He brought his family to rusticate for a season on the Delaware. They'd live among the wealthy in cities like Paris and Philadelphia. So they were more sophisticated than the typical Easton family. That in itself was apparently threatening. Worse, Mrs. Winton was stunningly beautiful. She had long black hair and a perfect figure, and she wore flowing skirts that bespoke of a lack of modesty. Not only that, she laughed too easily and had a flirty quality. In short, she appeared, to the untutored judgment of the dames of the village, decidedly wanting in reserve. No surprise, though, that the men enjoyed having her in their midst. They began offering their services when her husband wasn't around, inspiring jealousy from the other females, especially when Mrs. Winton failed to follow proper protocol for social engagements. Yet, attempts by the women to ostracize her had little effect. She had no trouble finding company from male admirers. When her husband left to attend to business in Philly, the women noticed more male callers to Mrs. Winton's home, and the groundwork was laid for trouble. As the story goes, that fall, Mrs. Winton and her son went riding in a wooded area. When a bird spooked her horse, a man appeared to grab the reins and steady it. He was new to Mrs. Winton and she lost no time in charming him. He became a regular visitor. The neighbor women began to gossip endlessly about the men who were in and out of the house, passing rumors that this shameless coquette must be consorting with supernatural entities to make men bend so easily to her will. They were determined to reveal her for the witch she was. So they called a meeting one evening, and when it was dark, they donned black masks and went looking for their prey. Shut up. Shut up right now. Oh my gosh. They grabbed Mrs. Winton in her house, binding and gagging her, and in the presence of her pleading son, dragged her into the woods. So they had on black masks in, 1877? And bound and gagged this woman. I have no idea, Crime Solver. This is the first I've seen of any of these women's books. She says this is all true. They bound her and gagged her, dragged her into the woods. In the presence of her pleading son, in a pond, they dunked her over and over as punishment for stealing the attention of their husbands. They left her on the bank and returned to their own homes. But Mrs. Winton did not survive the overbearing assault. Her body was found the next day by the pond. Although an investigation got underway, the perpetrators kept a conspiratorial silence. So no one was ever arrested for this murder. Popular opinion, at least among the women, seemed to hold that the victim had been justly punished for engaging in witchcraft, and her death was an unfortunate side effect. Early forensics. In the Delaware River, just off Easton's bank, is Getter's Island, with an upstream tip that nearly touches Pennsylvania's bank. The small strip of land was named for Charles Goder, now often spelled Getter, a German immigrant. He was courting two women in 1833, Molly Hummer and Margaret Laywall, although he was only in love with Molly. Molly. When Margaret, aka fucking, what's her name? Ashlyn? Didn't she say her name was Margaret? When Margaret claimed she was pregnant, perhaps to force him to decide between them, Charles reluctantly married her, but he refused to live with her as man and wife. He apparently once said, "I'll have Molly Hummer if I have to walk on pins to get to her." Margaret worked as a maid on the estate of Peter Wagner, and shortly after the wedding, she was heavy with child. Charles came one night to take her for a walk. The next morning, her corpse was found in a quarry by Greenwood Avenue. Getter, the prime suspect, was arrested, but he refused to confess. So preparations commenced for a trial. Getter engaged the services of a famous and skillful lawyer, James Madison Porter, who helped found Lafayette College. This alone made the proceedings sensational. With no witnesses to the incident, it appeared to be an easy case for this masterful attorney to win. But he had not counted on a young doctor who lived in the area, who had avidly studied the emerging forensic sciences. During the 19th century, some American physicians had noticed that participating in a criminal case garnered public interest, could generate fame and advancement, just as celebrity trials do even today. In addition, these cases had proven a productive venue for demonstrating what the new medical science could do. Up to this point, only medicine and toxicology had made a forensic impact, and doctors in America looked to noted figures in France who had founded medico-legal programs in several prestigious universities. Dr. Samuel Gross, 28, had taken a course in medical jurisprudence at the Jefferson Medical School in Philadelphia. Unable to develop a practice there, he returned to his hometown, Easton. He thus ended up as a witness for the prosecution in the Getter case. The trial commenced on August 19th, 1833, lasting a week, and Gross took the stand. Having done a post-mortem examination on the victim, he was certain Mrs. Getter had been strangled. Gross described the research to date from the advanced medico-legal professionals in France on signs of asphyxiation by strangulation, and explained how he'd arrived at his own conclusions with the same science. Gross had experimented on animals. Oh my God. I can't. Strangling and dissecting them to examine the signs of manual asphyxiation. He believed this would confirm his conclusions that the medical experts for the defense said Margaret had died from apoplexy over stress from her strained relations with Getter. Thus, Getter was innocent. Porter questions Gross's approach and attacked him for failing to look at the victim's brain for a cause of death other than strangulation. Given the incomplete nature of his approach, Porter stated, how could he be so certain about his conclusions? Undeterred, Gross stood by the new science. Porter brought in a dozen physicians to contradict young Gross, and they offered their diagnosis of apoplexy, but Dr. Gross stood his ground. Clearly, a good logical case could be made against Getter as well. And after only 36 minutes of deliberation, the jury found him guilty. He still protested his innocence, but a date was set for his hanging. As the grim day approached, Getter confessed, affirming Dr. Gross's analysis. Gross went on to acquire a greater reputation in his field, once stating, I have always thought the most important event of my professional life in Easton was the Getter trial. He went on to publish his work and observations on manual strangulation, making his own contribution to the field of forensic science. Later, he wrote another text, Pathological Anatomy, and developed a national reputation, as well as establishing a thriving practice in Philadelphia. After he killed animals, right? He received a number of honorary degrees from universities abroad and founded the American Medical Association. What? Oh my God. He also became the first president of the Medical Jurisprudence Society. Getter, however, had a date with the gallows. When the day arrived, Easton took on a carnival atmosphere as tens of thousands of people from around the countryside poured in to see the event. Getter donned a white suit and was escorted into the streets by Sheriff Daniel Robb. A procession of people accompanied them along the half mile to the tiny island in the Delaware where the gallows stood. Killer had to step across a series of boats strung together in the flotilla to get to the island. Getter had requested to be hanged by a method different from the typical drop and break approach. The fuck? He wanted to be drawn up and choked. So the rope was placed around his neck and then drawn up fast. He struggled for a few minutes before the rope broke, throwing him to the ground. That was good for nothing, he said. He had to wait, feeling the rope burn and contemplating his end for 26 minutes before a sturdier rope was found and brought to the island. To get on with it, he adjusted his scarf to hide the fresh mark on his neck. He then waited for the rope to tighten again. As Getter was lifted off his feet, he struggled and kicked, and by some accounts, it took him fully 11 minutes to die. His body was left hanging for a half hour before it was removed for burial. Easton was the scene of yet another historic murder, a triple homicide in 1876, possibly even a quadruple homicide. 57-year-old Martin Laros, his wife, and 6 of his 13 children lived on the Delaware in Mineral Spring, a hamlet of 7 families located 4 miles north of Easton. They sat down to supper on the evening of May 30th with an older boarder, Moses Shug, who worked in Laros furniture, undertaking, and casket business. After a few bites, most of them felt the immediate onset of stomach cramps and stumbled outside to the lawn to vomit. One of the younger girls, not as ill as the others, fetched help from an older brother, Clinton, who lived on his own. After Clinton arrived, now I just had like a flash of Kaylee and Maddie calling Jack. After Clinton arrived and saw that 1-year-old Alan was assisting the others, he set out to fetch the local physician, who diagnosed poisoning as the cause. He administered emetics to produce more vomiting, but the victims all grew worse, complaining of a burning sensation. A second doctor arrived from Easton, and he too tried to administer an antidote, but at 7 a.m, Mrs. Laros finally succumbed. She was the first to die, followed by her husband early that afternoon. The children were now all orphaned and still quite ill. The next day, Moses Shug died. Some of the suffering children reported they had noticed a strange taste in the coffee. Why were children drinking coffee? So the pot in which it was made was examined. At the bottom, mixed with the coffee grounds, was a heavy white sediment, indicative of arsenic. Indeed, after several tests involving a blowpipe, sulfate of copper, and the telltale arsenic mirror, it proved to be the toxic white powder, of a quantity sufficient to kill 100 adults. Yet the children held on. Alan Laros grew ill as well, but a later hour than the others. So once the doctor had arrived, Alan took to his bed. Just before his mother's death, he went unconscious and expected to die, but he revived. The physician noted that Alan had never exhibited the deathly pallor the others had shown. An investigation of the household indicated that the lock on Shug's personal trunk was broken, as was the lock on the secretary, where Martin Laros kept his money. All of it, about $90, was abstracted, as was $250 from the trunk. Suspicion fell on Alan, a local teacher who was currently studying law. His character was known by many persons to be bad. And he was a loner who apparently thought well of himself and was already suspected in earlier thefts from the household. Yet Alan had dined with the family and had also experienced a bad stomachache. If he was the poisoner, some people said it seemed unlikely he would have partaken of coffee he knew was tainted. Deputy Coroner H.S. Carey impaneled a coroner's jury of 6 men, calling the first witness 10-year-old Alice Laros, now improved, who had prepared the coffee the night before. She had tasted it, but failed to notice anything wrong. Her older sister had filled the coffee pot with water, and when she saw it turn white, she assumed there was leftover milk in it. She reported that the coffee had tasted peppery, but both doctors testified before the jury, pointing out that Alan had been the person least affected. Clinton Laros described how Alan had been in bed since the incident, but had not once asked about the health and welfare of the parents. However, Alan was now able to speak for himself. He described what he had done on that fateful day after coming home from teaching. At dinner, his mother had commented that the beets tasted bad, but the others decided it was the coffee. Alan, who did not generally drink coffee, took 2 swigs, but didn't like the taste. He said he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the household that evening, and there were no strangers about. He knew that his father had put poison in the cellar to get rid of rats, but he knew nothing about the symptoms of poison. He also described his own experience of the illness, interpreting his light symptoms as the result of taking only a brief taste of the tainted coffee. He did not count on the next person to testify. A local pharmacist gave the most telling report. He said that a young man who was acting nervous came to his shop on Monday to purchase rat poison in powder form. At first, this customer agreed to buy 10 cents worth, but then asked for 25 cents. Finally, he wanted twice that amount. While this was not the only form of arsenic available, it was the only form he wanted. The pharmacist thought the encounter a bit strange, and he identified Alan C. Laros as the man who purchased the arsenic. The incriminating circumstance seemed too close to close the case. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of murder and identified Alan as the perpetrator. The police went to arrest him, and at first he acted as if he was confused. But about 10 minutes later, after they started searching the house, he blurted, "I done it." An officer and juryman took his statement, which he signed on the spot. The New York Times published it in total, as did a reprint of the 1886 pamphlet, The Laros Tragedy, sent to me by Nancy O'Hanlon, who first told us of the case. And that's it. That's all we can read. But are you intrigued? I keep thinking of overdose. I keep thinking of, was there some kind of substance also involved? The toxicology means something. I feel like it means something. So again, this is called Murder in the Lehigh Valley. Wait, let's see if we can keep going. Nope. What do you guys think of this? Hang on, let me Oh, Hope Grace. Hope Grace is the stream boss. Look at you, Hope Grace. Hold on, let me get my camera back on. Ooh, scary stuff. My God, it's almost 2 o'clock already. Okay, so see, now my head is wandering to what if they planned on sharing royalties and running off in the sunset? Who? I'm confused. This lady? No, this isn't BTK's book. BTK. This is Catherine Ramsland. This is BK's professor. He took notes of her shit and created it. I think so too. If they talk about Venmo, I'm out. I feel the same about her as I do about that freaking weirdo that testified at Letitia's trial. Mm-mm. Did he poison the fucking DoorDash? Was there fentanyl in the DoorDash bag? I don't know. Now I'm getting crazy. It's weird shit, I'm telling you. Weird. The Saucon Trail, Brian Kohberger being on it. Let's watch this again.
A data search of more than 6 million police incident reports in Pennsylvania turned up only one record with Kohberger's name. He called police from this bike trail one night to report that his car was locked behind a park gate.
There was a response from him thanking the police and apologizing for the inconvenience.
The district attorney in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, where Kohberger grew up and where a SWAT team arrested him on December 30th, did not respond to our questions. But in Northampton and Lehigh counties, both did.
So that is the trail that Brian Kohberger was parked on in Pennsylvania. And we don't have a date, but maybe we can get those records. I think it's weird that she's friends with him too. I think that these women, I'm telling you, I think these women that go on and get degrees and they're, so fascinated with these killers that they're just like the pen pal people. They just get rich off it. They're just smarter. They're smarter than to just pen letters to these idiots. They actually can meet them and interview them. That's where their obsession takes them. I stay far away from these motherfuckers. No thank you. And she made a statement too. She's like, I'm not commenting on Brian Kohberger. She probably has a subpoena on her ass. You're an expert, Tiff. I give you that. I give you that expertism. Jess. But seriously, I mean, is she any different than the love letters that BK's getting? No, she just gets to take it a step further and she gets to meet them and hear all about what they do. And then she gets to analyze their criminology and make excuses for why they do what they do. It's just like the letters. And look, this just came out too. Check this out. Murder in the Lehigh Valley. Gross. What was I just going to show you guys? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, The latest. Brian Koberger letters. Oh boy, Brian Koberger sent trove of prison love letters from fans. Now there's a Latah. Oh, we gotta look at the Latah thing. Now there's a Latah insider, guys. Check it out. Latah County Jail insider told the Messenger that more than 24 letters have arrived. He tears up as he smiles. He ain't tearing up. The dude's fucking smiling. Look at him. I don't see him tearing up one bit. He blinks a lot and he smiles a lot. Sir Blink a lot. He has received a disturbing amount of mail from fans as he waits for trial behind bars. An unnamed employee at the Latah County Jail, where Mr. Koberger remains in custody, said more than 24 letters have been sent. He gets letters a couple times a week, noting that other staff have found the letters extremely odd. They're usually handwritten with stars and hearts, colored envelopes. True crime fans have flocked to online forums to fill an information gap left by authorities who first cited the integrity of the investigation as the reason they didn't share details and now are banned from speaking due to a gag order. Earlier this year, a disturbing Reddit grew to more than 500 members before it was banned. In addition to spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories, some of these online communities featured overtly sexual comments, as well as collages of Mr. Koberger's photos. So Steve told ABC News last week he's looking forward to Mr. Koberger's next hearing on the 26th of June. He said, I can't wait to see the evidence. And then I'm going to bring it. And now it's canceled. I can't wait to see the evidence, Steve said. And then I'm going to bring it. And he's going to realize that this is the family that's going to make sure he doesn't get away with it. Mr. Koberger has been linked to the crimes by DNA, cell phone data, and surveillance video. So if all they have is that grainy surveillance video, his dad's DNA, and that white car, ow! How? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Another roommate who survived the attack was able to partially describe the killer. The murder weapon, a fixed blade knife, was not recovered during searches and remains missing. So they didn't find it in Pennsylvania? How do they know? Because it says just a knife, remember? Black man. And this chick was supposedly one that was writing him. What the fuck? Are you kidding me right now? And why is this BTK's daughter like all of a sudden relevant? She didn't even know the dad, right? She didn't even know her dad. And now she's like on all these podcasts speaking about it. Weird. This is the girl, this is a single mom that's apparently writing him and is in love with him. Yes, we do need a BK emote. Yes, we do. Okay, so let's see if anything has been released yet. Brian Koberger's trending today, guys. Secretly indicted. I wonder what Steve G thinks of this. I don't see anything released yet, just the news that he's been indicted. Let's check Lambda. Idaho. We got to go to cases of interest because he's not even in the regular search, which has always bothered me. So I feel like we're going to have like a twist. We have filings. Order governing. Okay, here we go. We've got Meghan Markle ordering on courtroom conduct and shit. Here we go. New docs. This is hot off the presses, guys. Smoke them if you got them, because we've got a few documents to go through. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, she is profiting off her serial killer father. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you. And it's weird. And you know, she kind of looks like Sarah Wondra. Yeah, I've got it. Hot off the press. All right, here we go. This order governs courthouse and courtroom conduct and media activities in this case. The court is mindful of the need to balance the constitutional right, blah, 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 blah. We all know that. It is hereby ordered courtroom seating and attendance. Seating for victims' families, counsel, defendant's family, and court personnel. Certain seating may be reserved for counsel, authorized court personnel, and the defendant's family and the victims' families. Pooled media. The representatives of the media serving as the pooled camera staff shall be seated in an area approved by the court. Limit of 2 media members operating the pooled audio and video, and 1 handling the pool still photography. We're getting cameras. The public and members of the media not designated as pooled camera staff may be permitted in the courtroom as space permits on a first-come basis. No person shall reserve seats, and no standing will be allowed. No person can sit in front of the bar without specific authorization. Okay. No entry or re-entry while in session. Security screening. Cell phones are permitted but must be turned off. You can't use those for recording or anything like that. Computers are permitted for note-taking, but you cannot capture anything. Media coverage. Here we go. If the court allows cameras in the courtroom and orders that the media coverage be pooled, then all media shall have access to and share the video, audio, and still photographs received from the permitted cameras. Members of the media shall designate and agree on the operator of each camera permitted pursuant to ICAR 45. Allowed media representatives and their equipment will be located in an area of the courtroom designated by the judge. We already read that. No flash photography, no live broadcasting, so they can record it. Transmitting or streaming from the courtroom is allowed. No movement will be allowed during proceedings. And then portion of proceedings which may be televised. Photography, video, and audio is not permitted during recess or sidebars. No video of any documents, interviews, all of that standard. Media inquiries, this is where I'm going to hit them up. Nate Papanino. Get on that pool. Security officers may quiet or disperse members of the public. Disruptive behavior, violations is contempt. Signed by John C. Judge yesterday. And this is, they're prepared. They've had this in the works. This is something they've been prepping for. They've been prepping. They've already got a map where the media is going to be, where you're going to park. I know, Paper Chaser. It's crazy. It's crazy. Media staging allowed on sidewalk, and this sidewalk is closed to the public, and then the media can park way over there, over here. They got the scene set, you guys. We're gonna have a fucking circus on Monday. Are you guys ready? Are you guys gonna be here? That's the question. Where are you gonna be on Monday? So let's go back. Now we have indictment. Let's get right to the good stuff. The news today. Good thing I stayed live. You guys are awesome. Count 1, burglary. The defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. Murder in the first degree that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or around November 13th, 2022, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. Same thing for Kaylee. Same thing for Xana. And same thing for Ethan. Presented in open court this 16th day of May, 2023. Presiding grand juror is redacted. And there's the indictment. Here's an order denying motion to reconsider. Motion to reconsider is denied. They denied the motion to the media. On May 4th, the court issued an order setting a scheduling conference on May 22nd to address a briefing schedule and schedule oral argument. On May 9th, the Associated Press filed a motion to reconsider. And then it says on May 11th, Mr. Koberger filed an objection to motion. Irreparable harm. So anyways, they denied their motion to reconsider, and that is signed by Megan Marshall. So let's go back here. Indictment redacted. Notice of hearing. There is no Zoom information on this, guys. So we've got notice is given. Arraignment is on 5/22/2023 at 9 a.m. with Judge Julie Fry, clerk of the court. And this is also dated as yesterday. And they're still serving this mofo. They're still serving William. Oh, I thought this was the Pennsylvania guy. Never mind. EA service. Weird. I thought they were serving the guy out in Pennsylvania. I'm like, why is he still on this? Motion to seal grand jury witnesses. In support, the state respectfully represents to the court that it has received numerous complaints from potential, or listen to this stuff, or prospective witnesses or their families and associates regarding being harassed both in person and via social media. The reports of harassment have included threats as well as what appears to be intimidation. Who the fuck? Listen, you guys, we got to talk about this. This is important right here. Hold on, I gotta turn the heat on. Okay. Let's put this into perspective. Perspectives. Perspective says, if this was a lone incel who just wasn't getting attention from these chicks, or a chick, and he was upset about that, who in the world would be threatening witnesses? If this is only Brian. So right here, the state is admitting. The state's admitting right here that witnesses are being threatened. We have to ask ourselves, why? Why are they being threatened, and by whom? If this is just Brian being a stalker and he didn't get the attention and he was shunned and he's pissed, so he's gonna take a knife and go in there and fucking stab him. Who's threatening these motherfuckers? So are they lying so they can keep the shit under wraps, or are people really being threatened? Who would threaten these motherfuckers? That's what I want to know. Who's threatening the fucking witnesses? The media? Threatening? No. I could see the media harassing or being like, you know, pain in the ass, but right, that's what I'm saying. One made none. Are they just saying that to keep the shit under wraps so they don't have to release anything? Hey, Bethany, say you're being funkin' threatened. Because who is going to threaten them? And I feel like if this went to court, if the judge hadn't denied the media's request and this went to court, they would have to prove this intimidation to this effect. I mean, I get people feel sorry for him and shit, but I don't think people are gonna threaten over it. Like, Chris Watts had admirers and no one threatened anyone. Like, no one was threatening anyone. And I think they can be threatened online, but they're saying in person and intimidated. Intimidation is a lot different than online harassment. Close your fucking online shit. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you're being harassed online, you might want to just fucking shut your shit down. If you're a witness to a quadruple murder, it might just be a good idea to not be on social media. Right? And how many witnesses do they have? And where do these witnesses come from? See, we can't see the witness list either. Everything's a secret. Hold on. Oh, man, I'm freezing. Freezing. The closest Brian has come to touching a woman is when his mom rocked him to sleep as an infant. So I have to say, I don't even think that Brian had any maternal bond when he was a child. I have this really weird feeling that Brian was not born to that family. And I don't know why. I know the DNA. I know. But I just can't fight this feeling that something just is not right. Okay, let's keep going. The reports of harassment have included threats as well as what appears to be intimidation. Given this and the broad publicity, which a lot of cases get broad publicity, it's bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Surrounding these proceedings, the state respectfully submits that releasing the names of the witnesses who appeared before the grand jury would invite additional harassment, intimidation, and possible threats, and undermine not only the integrity but the parties' prospective rights to a fair trial with an impartial jury. So they have sealed that, and that was signed on today, 17th of May. And then we got an order to seal by John Judge. So why they got Marshall out of there, I don't know. I don't know. But if you were to go back, and the indictment's a big nothing burger because it's redacted, reply to Mr. Kohberger's objection, like, why would they word that? Wouldn't it be reply to defenses? See, some of this is just so hokey, and I'm not even a freaking lawyer, and it's like weird, some of this stuff. But if you go to the very beginning here, the affidavit, I want to say, go to the very bottom here. I know I saw John Judge somewheres. It wouldn't be on the affidavit. Probable cause order. Because I think she's under. Nope, she signed that one. I could have sworn I saw his name on something very early on, but Tanya Dodge. Is it Tanya Dodge or is it fucking Fry's wife? Which one is it? Arrest warrant. Let's see who's on that one. Arrest is Megan Marshall. Look at her bubble letters. Okay. Criminal complaint. This is the same thing that was in the fucking grand jury thing. Exactly. Verbatim. And you know what else is weird, you guys? Why did they bring in the state's attorney? Why did Thompson... Well, I know why he did. It's all staying within the government. But where is it where they added him? Right here. Petition for appointment of Special Assistant Attorneys General. Okay. I am the duly elected Latah County Prosecuting Attorney, and I petition this court to appoint Deputy Attorney General Jeff Nye and Deputy Attorney General Ingrid Beatty as Special Assistant Attorneys General to assist in the prosecution. And this was on the 24th of April. They knew damn well that they were going to have that grand jury do this. And look, the Attorney General's office agreed to pay the salaries of its personnel who assist in the prosecution. 24th day of April. And then you look here. Order. April 24th, John Judge. Look, John Judge put them into play on April the 24th. Where was bubble letters? Why wasn't she putting it in there? The reason I'm asking Mandy, is because if you look at Daybell, it didn't go down like that. And why not? Daybell didn't get the state's attorneys in there. They didn't have one state's attorney in there. Double death penalty case. Not one state's attorney. Let alone two. For one perp. So either this is going to blow up and be bigger than we thought, right? And it's going to involve things that maybe we didn't expect, or maybe we are expecting. However you look at this case. But think about it. Why didn't they bring state's attorneys in Daybell? And then 4 days after they appointed these special attorneys, that was when, that was when they scheduled the Gonsalves motion to appeal, amend, or clarify amended non-dissemination. So this is a hearing on 5/25 at 10 a.m. And they scheduled this right after bringing in those fucking state's attorneys. So is this hearing still happening? If we go down here, right? Check this out. We're going to go to Lori, not Chad. Okay, so here's Lori Vallow, okay? And let's see where they brought that lady in. What's that mean? Motion to subpoena Deuce's Tecum criminal deposition? When did they bring in Rachel Smith? Okay, here we go. Motion to appoint co-counsel. Order to seal. I wonder if this is for the prosecution or the defense. No, this is Archibald. Because it was Rob Wood, and then they added that lady. They brought her in from frickin' Missouri, which is the headquarters of the LDS Church. That's some fucked up shit right there, too, if you ask me. Look at all these orders, motion to seal, motion to seal. Everything was kept under wraps here. And I wonder if Ann Taylor is going to do this. Motion to declare death penalty unconstitutional. Motion to declare Idaho's capital punishment scheme unconstitutional. We should read that. Motion to declare defendant not death eligible. Motion for joint settlement and strategy session. Notice of alibi. Crazy. So she would have been brought in a while ago. But anyway, they did not bring any state's attorneys in, and I don't know That would be something like, I wish that Peter would answer my questions. He doesn't. Motion to meet with Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. And then to have all this sealed, it's like, what the fuck, man? Don't you think they should unseal it now? But anyway, they did add this woman. And I can't find it. Motion to sever. Or that. I'm just wondering how they choose who they're going to bring in. And being that these are both the same state, it's really, really interesting to me, the difference. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it. Motion to shorten time. I mean, I wonder if they're going to try to have it moved like they did with Lori. Because like I said, you know, this being the same state, it's probably going to move similar, you know? Yeah, God, I don't know. But I remember when they added her. So anyhow, let's refresh this and see, make sure we didn't miss any filings in Kohberger. So just to recap, we have gone over the order denying the motion to reconsider, which is the motion that the media wants. The media wanted everything unsealed. So that's what that's about. And then we went over the indictment, which is redacted, and it's identical to the one that was put out when Brian was initially arrested. Okay. So there was nothing new there. And then we have a notice of hearing, which we know is Monday. And let's take a look at that again. And that is at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So what do you guys think of that? So that's going to be 11 Eastern. What does that equal out to? I know somebody can figure that out. So we have Monday morning, 11 a.m. It looks like there's going to be a media pool. And when we end this live, I will reach out and I will get us in that pool. I'll do whatever we have to do, fill out the media paperwork, and get us good to go. That way News Nation can kiss my ass, Next Star Media can kiss my ass, etc. And then we have after this, so Monday's the big day. I will be back in my studio, so I will not be reporting from the portal. I'll be reporting straight up from the studio, from the J is for Justice Studios in Tampa Bay, Florida. And then we have the order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. It came out, which I'm going to email this person. And motion to seal the grand jury witnesses, and then the order to seal. So let's go back here and let's go here and let's say Rachel, wait. When do prosecutors add state attorneys to case? Yeah, that's going to be too much to fucking look up. But let's look at this. Rachel Smith. There you go. right here. This is when this happened. March 19th of 2021. This is Rob Wood, who everybody thinks is so great. Madison County Prosecuting Attorney Rob Wood wants to add a veteran homicide prosecutor to his team to assist in the ongoing case against Chad and Lori Daybell. Wood made the request to District Judge Stephen Boring Boyce on Thursday to add Rachel Smith, a Missouri attorney, to the case. So you mean to tell me there's not a fucking homicide prosecutor closer than Missouri? Smith is an active member of the Missouri Bar. The admission of Smith to the Idaho jurisdiction is requested for, quote, any investigating or resulting case or charges regarding the conduct of the defendants connected with crimes against Tylee Ryan and Joshua Vallow in Idaho, whatever that means. This is before they were even charged. Wood explained his reasoning for the additional attorney in a letter obtained by East Idaho News. So he had to send this to the Madison County Commissioners. And this is his fucking excuse for taking this chick from Missouri, which I think there's more to it. I think there's something with the LDS Church being their headquarters are in fucking Missouri, and then they get this Missouri lawyer. Why didn't he have to get the state's attorney? It's bullshit. And because he says, few offices our size across the county have the manpower to manage a case of this magnitude without sacrificing their day-to-day obligations, Wood wrote. The temporary addition, temporary? She tried the fucking case. The temporary addition of an experienced prosecutor to work on the Daybell case will enable us to meet the increased manpower demands during the duration of this high-profile matter and ensure justice for the victims and people of Madison County. Wood calls Smith a veteran homicide prosecutor with 25 years in experience in complex criminal cases. Her resume includes over 100 homicide and death penalty cases, and she currently works as a special prosecutor throughout Missouri to help other prosecutors. There is also a long-term benefit to having Ms. Smith as part of our team for the next several months. While we have an excellent staff of skilled prosecutors in the office, and our community enjoys relatively low crime rates, the criminal litigation experience and teaching instruction Ms. Smith brings with her will help prepare our team for future complex situations if and when they arise. The Vera Casa Group, who serve as consultants on the case for Wood, referred Smith to Madison County while Wood was searching for additional help on the case. If Boyce approves the motion, which he did, Wood or any other Madison County deputy prosecutor attorney would need to accompany Smith to proceedings unless the judge approves that she can attend alone. Now, what do you guys think of that? How about that? So why did they get this chick from Missouri, and Bill Thompson in the same state has 2 state attorney generals? Tell me why. It ain't nothing but some bullshit. Tell me why. Crazy. What's the mama on Better Things? Oh my gosh, Mandy, does she sound like Marge Simpson? Because my daughter said when I do my voices, I sound like Marge Simpson. That never sat well with me. And then he says, oh, we only need her for a few months. And then she ends up trying the case. Sorry, folks, park's closed. I want some freaking answers. I want to know where this lady came from, because now she's probably going to be there for chats. Smith Law and Consulting. How did they even know about her? From Idaho to Missouri. Make it make sense. She bugs me. She bugged me throughout the whole trial. She acted like she owned the fucking courtroom. She's a know-it-all. She was really, really obnoxious to me. She always sounded like she was chewing on a jelly donut, too, when she'd get up and talk in that mic. Because we couldn't see her, right? Sorry, folks, park's closed. I don't know. This is the weirdest freaking thing I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Remember Mark Means? Look at this is what we used to look at when we watched the Daybell hearings. This is, check this out. Hope Grace is still the stream boss. No one has knocked her out. Come on, guys. We're rolling on we're 4.5 hours in to this live stream, and you guys have been here. Come on, can I get some likes? Can I get some members? Can I get some subscribers? That will knock her right out. So yeah, there's Pryor with his red face. Boyce, because he just doesn't know what to do. And Mark Means has the antlers and the gun above his head. That was Lori's lawyer. And Chad's lawyer. And then we have the guy who couldn't figure out how to prosecute without bringing in someone from Missouri. And screw all that being all LDS. I don't think that's fair. I think that's bullshit. What about church and state? Right? Church and state. Court is the state. LDS is the church. Get the fuck out of here with your religious bullshit when we're in a court of law. Why jelly? I don't know, Daisy, because I just pictured it to be jelly. Pamela Alden? Casey? Oh, shit. I don't want to put you in danger, Casey. Pamela Alden, who is she? Oh, is this who I remind you of? She's Bobby Hill? No way. I remind you of her? Is that what you're saying? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn this on. I remind you of her? No, I don't, Casey. She's the voice of Bobby Hill, guys. I love that more than anything. Let's do our Latah County jail roster before we sign off here. We've got one more thing to cover. And see if we've got any newbies now that we've got indictment. Let's see what's going on. And we know that some of these people that we've seen in videos and such have been in this jail. Oh man. Okay. Agent's warrant is Dimmick. He's already been there. Okay. Here we go. Mandy, this one's for you. Go. And that looks like T-Rev's doppelganger up there on top, doesn't it? Kind of looks like a T-Rev. All right. I mean, as far as I can tell, I can't say, I mean, I've seen him on videos. Just a little thing. I think everybody looks like somebody anyways. Okay. At least I didn't say he looks like Christopher Dressel. So we've got Nathan Dimmick. He's in on an agent's warrant. By the way, smoke him if you got him. We're talking drug charges here. Fingerprint code, drug court, no bond for this mofo. Ain't going nowhere. So he's sitting in Latah, no bond. Now let's go down to our next guy. He is a doozy. Drug court. Ooh, we've got a new one. On May 15th, we've got another no bonder on drugs. Jasmine Rose Elliott. Jasmine Rose Elliott. In on drugs. Just brought in 2 days ago. We've got John Lee Garrett with no charges. We've got Nicholas Jean Harris, no charges. Then we have Stephen Henderson, Stephen Caleb, grand theft. Then Jerome Ross Hustis thinks that this is something kind of funny. He thinks this is a little bit funny, what happened. He's kind of happy to be there, I think. He's happy. And let's see. Oh, yes. We have the rapist. He's got $50,000 bond. Look at that head. Oh, God. And Ricky Sly High Eagle. We have not forgotten him. And Joshua Jabeth. Still sitting with no charges. All right. Go to our next page. And we're going to just scroll right up. And we're going to start with Brian Christopher Kohberger, who has now been indicted on 4 counts of murder and burglary, felony burglary. Then we have Missy here with no bond. Callie Ray Massey. Now let me tell you a little bit about Callie Ray. I did some research on this chick when I first saw her on here, because I'm like, okay, her age. She's got fam that works at U of I. She's got a normal family on Facebook. And now look at her. No bond, drug court. Brought in on the 5th of May, or the 3rd of May. No bond. That means that's pretty bad. Now, Brownlin, she's got $10,000 bond for drugs. Oh, look at this one. Olson. Justin Keith Olson was brought in 2 days ago on the 15th. Justin Olson. Does he look familiar? Big sexy. No bond, drug court means they're either going to probably roll on someone and testify and plead out or something. I know it does sound familiar. He doesn't really look familiar, but that name sounds familiar. And he has no charges. And then we also have Shelley Lynn Shaw, who has no charges. Clearly, we can guess what those charges might be when she gets them. And then we have Brian Laverne Shepard. And he is in on several drug charges and violation of probation. So he's not going anywhere. And look at his pout. Look at that lip. Ooh. Yeah. Possess controlled substances, paraphernalia, and probation violation. Then we have Alan Michael Thacker. No charges. Next to him, you can imagine what they could be, right? And then we have, last but not least, Logan Waddle, sitting on $25,000 bond on an out-of-state warrant and a violation of a no contact order. When she says stay away, stay away. That's what that means. Okay. So what do you guys think? Do you think any of these people, because we've got some people that are not on here anymore. Do you remember the one guy, Ren or whatever? The dude that looked like a badass? Gone. He's not in here anymore. And he had no charges next to him. Oh no. Yeah, he's gone. Ren is gone. So I think, you know, at the very least, even if the drugs aren't necessarily affiliated with what happened in Idaho 4, I think we're going to see a lot of movement with drug busts in this area. I just think that there's a lot of shit coming to a head, man. I just feel it. I don't think an area can be exposed like that and not get some traction against some, you know, arrests and changes. No, who was your guy, Mandy? He's gone too, though. But Jasmine Rose Elliott. Let's look her up. Jasmine Rose Elliott. Moscow, Idaho. In 2017, she was getting fined for pot. Get Rose out of there. Oh my God, 2020. Here's Jasmine. Hold up. Jasmine Elliott, and this is from 2020. Jasmine Elliott, 23, was found guilty of burglary and sentenced to 2 years in prison with 3 years of probation and fined $305.50, including $60 in restitution. Jasmine Elliott was found guilty of forgery and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Oh shit. Look at this. 2020, 11:59 a.m. and 11:59 a.m. An unattended death was reported on Valley View Avenue in Colfax. Freaking Idaho 4, 11:58 a.m. 11:59 a.m. Unattended death reported on Valley View Avenue in Colfax. Controlled substance problem, West Pullman Road. Controlled substance problem, Palouse River Drive. Cannabis smoke, who cares about that? Gunshots, Brent Drive. Some things just never change, I guess. 700 block Taylor Avenue. Police reported 2 parties, more than 50 people. Just interesting to see all this. Controlled substance problem. North Main and East Morton Street. Where did we just hear Morton Street? What was on Morton Street that we watched? Deputies arrested Stephen Fisher for an outstanding warrant, suspicion of possession of drug paraphernalia. Pullman High, an active shooter threat spoof number. Jasmine Elliott. Jazzy. That's our girl Jazzy. So this is our girl Jazzy. Right here. She's done time quite a few times. So she had 3 years probation. Not sure why she didn't get probation violation. But yeah, she's probably not going nowhere for a long time. But you got to wonder what these people's, you know, what these people's connection could be to some of the students, or some of the students, hey Potato, some of the students' friends, you know, things like that. So, all right, I'm sorry to leave on this note, Potato, but we've been live almost 5 hours, and there's a lot that Potato's got a chapter, so we covered a lot of stuff. We went over the indictment, which was redacted. Not really much, but Monday, make sure you're subscribed and click the like if you do. And we will definitely be here for that. So Monday morning, and I'm going to get off here and email the media person and get all of that. Potato's like, dude, stop. I know. I've been here, sitting here long enough. I have got to get my email to her about the jury thing. So, sayonara. I hope you had a great day, Potato. Potato was out and about in London town. We talked about you a bit today, Potato. All good, of course. Mimi, thank you for being here. Sanner, thank you for being here. And you're not Mimi anymore, you're just Shell. I don't know why you did that. Santa. I haven't seen the Angie B today. But all you loungers, thank you for joining. And I will see you next time. Dance it out for real this time. Chewbacca, Potato. Chewbacca.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke. enough of that. I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for me, 'cause I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 I don't give a damn.
Bye, Jennifer. I don't have my stream box, so you want one, Jennifer, or two, Jennifer?